Ready? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming your quorum.
Thank you. We have two items in closed session. City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Items 1A and 1B for tonight. Item 1A is conference with real property negotiators, easements for the 115 KV project. 5 parcels and 1 property owner are involved in this as listed on the agenda. Your city negotiators are also listed, and under negotiations, purchase of real property interest, both provisions, price, and terms of payment. Item 1B is also conference with real property negotiators, an easement for the receiving station rebuild and replacement project, a property as listed on the agenda, City Authority negotiators as listed, and the negotiating party, City and Williams Communications, Inc. For both items, we're going to be joined by a number of additional folks not listed, Nico Prokos, Chris Carwick, Dan Ballin from SVP, and outside counsel Gail Connor. As a result of all those folks, we're not going to be in the council conference room, Madam Mayor. We're going to move to Sparacino.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on the closed session? Online? Is there anyone online? All right, we're going to adjourn to closed session. We'll be back here at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority joint meeting. So welcome. I'd like you to call this meeting to order. So if you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk. Roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If you're joining us this evening in a capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself and those that you disclose those that are your clients. And this is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
So thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Reporting out on 2 meetings tonight. First, June 17th, I did report out at that time, but to an empty chambers, so thought it appropriate to report out here with an audience. Council met on all 4 items listed on that agenda, 1A, B, C, and D, threat to public service or facilities, conference with labor negotiators for units 2 and 10, existing litigation, fire victims trust release case, and public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. I observed there to be no reportable actions on items 1A, B, or C. On item D, I did not participate, but I am informed that there was also no reportable action on that item. Tonight, Mayor, we met on items 1A and 1B as listed on the agenda. And in neither case was there a reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move around the agenda just a little bit. In front of continuances, exceptions, and reconsideration, since we have 2 items, I'm going to conduct our special order of business, and I think we have 2 of those as well. But before we even start this meeting, before we get into the business, I would like to ask for a moment of silence and adjournment for Reserve Police Officer John Jack Mastelock. There's his photos up there. Many of you are going to recognize him. John Jack Mastelock was born on November 16, 1950, in Lakewood, Ohio, and moved to Sunnyvale at the age of 7. Jack passed away on May 27, 2025. Jack attended Sunnyvale High School and De Anza College prior to joining the Sunnyvale Parks Department, where he worked for 35 years. In parallel, keep in mind, Jack went on to serve 50 years as a Santa Clara Reserve Police Officer and retired in 2021. And I remember we honored him right on the stage here. In his role as Reserve Police Officer, he earned the rank of Reserve Lieutenant with the focus on training and recruiting. Jack always brought a smile to people's faces while working events like the SES Portuguese parades, and I know we have almost the entire SES crew here tonight. The National Night Out through our police department, throughout our neighborhoods, and Park Patrol. Jack was the recipient of the 2018 Optimus Club Reserve Officer of the Year Award and received numerous commendations during his extensive tenure and service to the residents of Santa Clara. Jack will be remembered for his sense of humor, his kindness, his dedication to family and friends, and his ability to fix anything, and his passion for hot rod cars and building multiple hot rods, mostly Chevys and Fords. Jack is survived by his wife, Linda Buckingham Mastelock, his sister, Loretta Ryder Mastelock, niece, Carrie Hood Ryder, nephew, Stephen Ryder, stepdaughter, Laura Buckingham, son-in-law, Begarv Reddy, and grandson, Logan Reddy Buckingham. So please let us take a moment of silence in memory of Reserve Officer John Jack Mastelock, whose lives he impacted every day with his dedication to our Santa Clara community. Thank you for that. And I believe we are, in his honor, have his wife with us this evening. And I believe, Linda, if you'd like to come forward and say a few words, we would love to hear from you. And first of all, thank you for sharing your husband with us and the entire city.
It's an honor. I'm Linda, the proud wife of Jack, and I want to speak for him a little bit here. He and I will always be grateful to the city of Santa Clara for the life it afforded us. Although Jack and I had been residents of Santa Clara since the mid-90s, we had never crossed paths until the 2005 September Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival, when Jack spotted me in the crowd and invited me to dance to the Joe Chirino Band.
Wait, was he on duty?
No,
Just checking, just checking.
that's a good point, because it was the first year that he and a couple friends had decided not to work. I can name names if you need. Okay. Then we were married on that same September date in 2011. Now, while many of you know and love Jack for his devotion to family and his passion for working on hot rods, today I want to briefly share a story that reveals another side of his heart, a tale of his lifelong dream to serve. Jack often recalled the moment he first donned his Santa Clara Reserve Officer uniform and saw his own reflection in the mirror. He said that was the proudest moment of his life. His pride and dedication never left him. Jack had wanted to serve from an early age. His father had been a reserve officer back in Cleveland, Ohio. Jack went on to serve as a reserve officer here in Santa Clara for 50 years and without a single citizen complaint. So throughout his career, Jack became well acquainted with many of you, connecting with city council members during numerous meetings in this very chamber here. So I want to end by saying thank you for honoring his legacy and for the part each of you has played in this community he dedicated his life to serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you so much for sharing all that information about Jack. I know when people see him, 50 years is a long time, and he certainly will be missed, but he left his legacy here in the city. We'll never forget him. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I actually, when I heard the name, I was kind of surprised. I've known Officer Masterlock for a long time. I have been coming to city council meetings for almost 2 decades now. I think it's kind of funny. But he would be sitting right out there in the lobby, and I would see him on the way in, and I would see him on the way out. And occasionally when the proceedings inside the chamber got a little too much for me, I would sit out on the bench outside and we would just talk, and we've talked a lot. I know that he used to tell me things like, well, that's not the best way to say that. You know, he's talking about council members, talking about residents. And I remember a time where everything I said in council, everything I said standing up at that microphone there, I knew that Jack was listening. So if you compare how I talked, 20 years ago to how I talked 10 years ago, you would see that it was a little less, it was actually a little funnier. There's a little bit more humor in it, but it was a little bit more respectful because I knew he was out there. And occasionally he would see me before I left and he would say, it's kind of good job. So I thank you all for, sharing him with us. He has actually affected a lot of what I have done here on council. Thank you.
Thank you, family, for coming this evening. We really appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on now to our first special order of business this evening. Next, we are honored to recognize June as Portuguese National Heritage Month. On June 4th, 2021, Congress introduced a resolution designating June as Portuguese National Heritage Month. Santa Clara is proud of our rich history of Portuguese culture and roots. Portuguese residents of Santa Clara founded the SES Hall in 1896. This fraternal organization was created as a means of communication and socialization, giving the Portuguese community a place to meet, to discuss current issues, and to share news from the homeland. This evening, we are honored to have Maria Ricardo of the SES Portuguese Hall in Santa Clara here with us. So I'd like to invite Maria to the podium to say a few words, and she's going to introduce a few of her colleagues that are here with us this evening. Maria, when you're ready, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lisa Gilmore, esteemed City Council, and all our dedicated city officials. My name is Maria Ricardo. I'm coordinator for the Portuguese American Forum of Santa Clara Committee. On behalf of our Portuguese American community and organizations, I want to extend our deepest appreciation for this proclamation and your continuous support. Your commitment to the well-being and growth of our Santa Clara community does not go unnoticed. And we are incredibly grateful for your tireless efforts. Our vibrant Portuguese American organizations and our community pride itself on its representation in music, in religion, in sports, in civic life, as you will notice with the diversity of organizations present here. So now I would like to introduce the dedicated presidents and representatives who lead these organizations in order of their formation date.
And please
starting
stand
with
up
the
when you're
oldest.
introduced as well. Thank you, so we know who you are.
Danielle Skada, Marketing Director, and Samantha Hayes to represent Luso-American Fraternal, founded in 1868. Then we have Bernice Armas Martinez and Sandra Crivello, representing the Portuguese Fraternal Society of America, founded in 1895. Elizabeth Gaspar, Vice President, with Madalena Pimentel, representing SES Hall, founded in 1896. We also have Lena Soot, President, representing Brotherhood of St. Anthony, founded in 1902. Erica Tost, President, with Dolores Tost and Roxanne Silveda, representing Our Lady of Fatima of Santa Clara, founded in 1953. Luis Azevedo, President, and George de Oliveira, representing Santa Clara Sporting Club,
Go Sporting.
founded in
Go
1971. Claudia Madruga, President, and Nilda Ramos and Edwina Faria, representing St. Clair's Parish Portuguese Council, formed in 1973. John Dias, President, with John Gaspar and Rui Rodrigues, representing Sociedade Filarmónica União Portuguesa de Santa Clara, also known as the Portuguese Band, founded in 1974. Sandra Betancourt Mordoma, representing Irmandade Familiar do Espírito Santo, founded in 1982. We also have João Mendonça, co-founder and former president of Club Sport Marítimo, founded in 1982. Maria Ricardo, myself, coordinator with Diodato Constantino and Pedro Ricardo, representing the Portuguese American Forum of Santa Clara Committee, formed in 1996. Now, on behalf of our business community of Santa Clara, I want to extend our deepest gratitude for your unwavering dedication to fostering a thriving economic environment and creating a more secure and inviting atmosphere for both business and residents. I would like to introduce some of our local Portuguese American business people. Hélio and Teresa de Freitas, business owners of the Portuguese Tasty Desserts Bakery.
We love that. Yes, we do.
Vinicius Brazil with Keller Williams, the Brazil Group. We also have Ana Vargas Smith, business owner, Eggs by the Bay Barbecue, and also Santa Clara Parade Champions president. We had Isidro Spindler, and he was sorry he couldn't make it because he's been with our community for so long. He's also a business owner in Santa Clara used to be American Travel, and now it's American Service. So thank you for your leadership, your hard work, and your genuine care for our community, and that includes our police department vital assistance with our community events. We are proud of Santa Clara Sister Cities' relationship with Coimbra, Portugal, and to have you as our partners in continue to building a brighter future for Santa Clara. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Maria. Is anyone else speaking? That's what I thought. Welcome.
Sorry about that. I was waiting.
I was looking at you.
All right, sorry. Good evening, Mayor Lisa Gilmore, City Council members, and esteemed city officials. My name is Elizabeth Gaspar, Vice President for the Sociedade do Espírito Santo, also known as the SES Hall. It is with profound gratitude and deep sense of honor that we accept this proclamation for Portuguese National Heritage Month. Thank you for recognizing SES's remarkable 129th year history, which establishes us as a historical site in Santa Clara. And with a central role within our community, along with the invaluable contributions of the Portuguese American community, and for setting aside this month to celebrate our rich history and vibrant culture. On behalf of SES Corp. And our entire community, I want to express our sincere gratitude for your unwavering support, including the vital assistance from our police department to our organization's community events. Your dedication to making Santa Clara a better place is evident in so many ways, and we truly appreciate the hard work and commitment you constantly demonstrate. Here, the Portuguese American community has been an integral part of our growth and prosperity, whether through our tireless work or vibrant culture traditions, our civic engagement. Portuguese Americans have constantly enriched the social, economic, and cultural landscape of Santa Clara. Thank you once again for this meaningful recognition, and we are proud to share our heritage, and we look forward to continue our collaborations. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know how we're going to do this, but I'm going to ask all of you to come up for a photo. Ask the council to stand back here because there's going to be a million people. And let's try to get everybody up.
See, everyone's going to see your red, and they'll eventually see me. No, it's like, it's very striking.
I wasn't thinking, maybe I should have worn green.
Is green the official color?
I wore green when the ambassador from Portugal was here.
Black is the official engineering color.
I call permanent
Some people on permanent vacation, they haven't even left the company.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for coming. All the, hello? Hello?
Councilmember Chahal would like to say something.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It was a privilege to visit Portugal in November 2023, and being the former president of Sister Cities, it was always a pleasure to deal with the Coimbra students and exchanges we were doing. And when I went to Coimbra in 2023, I made it a point that I need to meet. It was a personal trip, but I made it a point to meet the mayor and the staff over there to re-energize the exchange program. And I'm glad Anna Vargas-Smith, who is in the Sister City Vice President for Coimbra right now, and she, along with, I am also trying to coordinate that along with Joanna Loureiro, as well as Mayor over there, Jose Manuel Silva. We're trying to re-energize that exchange program, to start that exchange program again. And I know it has been a great synergy between the two cities, culturally, and great number of Portuguese over here that bring so much cultural exchanges between these two cities. And I do want to remember our dear friend John Figueroa, who was very instrumental in maintaining that sister city relationship between Coimbra and Santa Clara. So once again, I thank you everyone coming over here, and I did miss the June 10th day of the Portugal celebration at the consulate because we had a council meeting at the same time over here. Otherwise, I would have loved to go over there. But thank you everyone for coming here, and we are glad to celebrate this thing. Appreciate it.
Thank you again for coming and accepting the proclamation. Thank you. All right, so we have our next special order of business, which is the recognition of the Santa Clara Women's League donation. So for our next item, we recognize the donation from the Santa Clara Women's League to the Santa Clara Senior Center. This generous $20,000 donation supports public health, education services, including the Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair, education and fitness classes, and so much more. These city programs are so important to our community. Now I invite President Emily Adorable and the members of the Women's League to the podium to say a few words, and I see a big check. I see that. You're trying to hide that big check. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City staff. I'm Emily Adorable, President of the Santa Clara Women's League. And we have been around since 1983, and during that time, we've donated more than $500,000 to the Santa Clara Senior Center. Originally, it was, to fund the nurses that worked at the senior center because Prop 13 had cut the funding. So Cleo Stuckrath, who many of you that are longtime Santa Clarans remember, gathered a group of women and said, we're going to start raising money for this. And she had a flair for entertainment, so she wrote and directed a melodrama each year, and it was called Showtime, and it became the major fundraiser of the Santa Clara Women's League. We have Robin Burdick here, who is our current director.
All right, Robin, stand up, please. Stand up, Robin.
Come on up here. Of Showtime, we have members of our group. We have cast members from Showtime that are here too, representing this. So we are really proud to be able to increase our donation. Last year we gave you $12,000, and this year we are donating $20,000. Showtime was a big success. We had big crowds. We'd like to thank city staff who publicized Showtime for us. We would like to thank the staff at CRC and at the Senior Center for helping us. Parks and Recreation, yes, she's telling me what I'm supposed to say back here. Oh, yes, Parks Maintenance, yes. But, and we hope that we are going to see all of you next year. We didn't see you this year, so we're hoping next year we will see all the city council members at Showtime. It's March 7th and 8th, 2026, so mark. And just to let you know that the Portuguese tasty dessert sweetbread is always for sale. That is a tradition that has happened since the beginning. And so Teresa and her husband do a great job of making that bread so that we can sell it. We have a wonderful time. It's an old-fashioned melodrama. It's local talent. We have prizes. We have food. And it definitely is a community event. So we hope to see everyone there. And that money goes, whatever profit we make goes directly to senior center programs. Originally, it was just for the health and wellness program. Now we've expanded. We're helping with the nutrition program. We have many seniors who eat lunch 5 days a week at the senior center. We help with that. And as Lisa said, with the health and wellness fair. So we plan to be around for a lot more years. Our membership is growing thanks to our wonderful second vice president and all of our members. We have grown from 53 members to 73 members in 2 years, which is really exciting for us. So please accept this donation of $20,000. And I'll have our treasurer, Bobby, come up and give you the real check. So who gets the check?
City
There
manager,
you
you get
go,
the
right
big
over
check.
there.
Well, if the ladies would like to please join us,
Okay, come on up.
See how fast that happened?
let the council stay up here, there's too many people.
I can give them 2 letters.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much. So the big check has room for more zeros, that's all I know.
Okay, thank you for that. That was fun. Do we have any hint on what the melodrama is going to be for next year?
We're decided. We're just going over the.
Microphone, please. Microphone.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot. We are looking over our list of melodramas from years past, and we'll be making a decision next month sometime.
Okay,
And
stay
I've got a
tuned.
lovely committee helping.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
ladies.
you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to go back to our,
Madam Mayor,
yes,
this requires a vote.
I'm sorry, what?
3B? Requires a vote.
Oh, it requires a vote to accept the money.
Yep.
All right, we're going to accept it, I can guarantee you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion second to accept the funds? Please register your vote. Please be yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're official. Thank you.
No secondary. Ms. Gonzalez, I put Gonzalez,
All right.
no secondary.
We're going to move back now to continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I'll ask, is there any besides the ones that are on the agenda today? Does anybody have any? Anyone in the audience? All right, seeing none, we're going to move to item 2A, take no action, which is, I guess we're going to take no action, on a tentative parcel map, PLN 23-00379 at 1700 Richard Avenue and 1600 and 1650 Memorex Drive to create a 2-lot subdivision. Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Action.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and members of the public. This is a really simple request tonight because staff is continuing to work with the applicant on a dedicated lot frontage. And as we're working through this, it is not ready for tonight's review. So we will continue to work with the applicant and come back at a later time with the proper notices. The request is really simple tonight, and that is to take no action on the item. Thank you.
All right, so do we have any member of the public that wants to speak about this? No action? All right, so we take no action.
Yep,
We're
Mayor,
gonna
just
move
by
on.
consensus, you can take no action.
By consensus, we're taking no action. Says it right there in the item. Okay. Item 2B, thank you. Resolution authorizing an ad valorem tax levy based on debt service estimate to be provided to the Santa Clara County respecting unsold general obligation bonds for fiscal year 2025-26. And this was continued from June 10th, 2025. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a very important action. So as you know, the $400 million Public Facilities and Infrastructure Bond that we commonly refer to as Measure I, in short for its ballot position, was passed by Santa Clara voters in November 2024 with a passage rate of 69.41%. This is a critical item to modernize and upgrade many city facilities. Tonight's action is a resolution to place an ad valorem tax levy on the property tax roll that is based on the estimated debt service. Ad valorem is Latin for according to value. It's what allows residents to remit funds to the city and the city to have the funds to pay the debt service. This is the first of the City Council's official actions that are required to issue the general obligation bonds. A resolution for the issuance of the bonds is expected to come back before you in December of this year. Each year, as a part of the process to pay debt on the bonds, a similar resolution will come before you to place a tax levy on the property tax roll. There will be a presentation tonight by our Finance Director, Ken Lee. We also have our General Obligation Bond Fiscal Advisor from PFM here tonight to support the discussions. With that, I'll invite Ken Lee to take the podium.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to talk tonight about this resolution, and in short, it's a technical action required as part of the journey to issue our voter-approved bond Measure I. As far as time agenda tonight, I will give a brief background for those engaging into kind of this journey on the bonds for the first time, a background of Measure I, give an update on the first tranche or the first grouping of projects and dollars for the general obligation bond issuance and the timing of that. I'll talk a little bit about the ad valorem tax or the property tax. I want to remind the public of what that is, how it's assessed and the costs, and why we're bringing it forward tonight, and then the recommendation. Just as a reminder, I talked about kind of this process that any city that has a general obligation bond or tax has to go through. Our bond council was before you as part of that May 27th item with a discussion of roles and responsibilities of the council, and some of the responses that were related to the operations that were raised that night are included in your document in the attachment. The council also approved the Bond Citizen Oversight Committee and the bylaws at that May 27th meeting. And tonight we're here on step number 2, which is to place a property tax levy on the tax roll and transmit that to our Santa Clara County, who administers kind of the taxes and the levies. Later this year, in September, we will bring forward an update to our debt management policy. That's a policy that guides staff for how we manage all of our city debt, and an update based on best practice. And then, as the city manager mentioned, we'll be before you with a resolution on the bond issuance in December with the target of hitting the bond market early next calendar year. Further background, as the city manager mentioned, Measure I was passed in November of '24, passage rate of just shy of 70% of our registered voters. That measure included an expenditure plan, as you see here. Many of our city infrastructure, you've heard me summarize the unfunded need of our city infrastructure. So that includes streets and transportation, fire stations and police facilities, our community facilities, including parks, libraries, senior center, and aquatic facilities, storm drainage improvements, historical buildings, and then the cost of issuance. So a very important and extensive list of projects for our community and as approved by the voters in November of '24. In that ballot that was approved by the voters, it included a tax rate statement. And what that basically included was a maximum tax rate to be, for the bonds to be issued, $28.70 per 100,000 of assessed value during tax year 2025-26, an average tax rate of $19 per 100,000 of assessed value, and a total cost of repayment there. And so the item before you carries out the financial need and based on that tax rate statement for the bonds. As part of the general obligation bonds, we're calling it a Series 2026 bonds based on the anticipated issuance date. The council has already issued a bond, a public interest and necessity demand, which is a requirement for issuing of bonds. That was back in July of '24 when the council placed this ballot item on the ballot. Basically, it declares our intention to use general obligation bond proceeds for the reimbursement of capital project expenditures. And typically, there's a timeline with regards to that reimbursements. It's those costs or those reimbursements can happen no later than 18 months after the expenditure date when they're placed in service. And then when we're looking ahead as far as the GO bond proceeds and when we must spend them, no later than 3 years after the issuance of the bonds, or 5 years with an engineering certificate. What does that mean? It means the projects that are selected for this first tranche have to have a window in terms of when we could spend those dollars. 18 months before, 3 to 5 years after. And the sizing of that first tranche, currently estimated $150 million. That's the maximum value. As we further refine the projects that would come forward, it may be below that item, but the maximum exposure, at least that first tranche, $150 million or so. When it comes to the issuance here, I mentioned $150 million. The process for identifying those projects will be conducted by staff working with our Public Works Department. It's very important to initiate a good variety of those projects, ones that are ready to go, and also include dollars for studies, design, and some of the community outreach for some of the projects that where the scope is not as defined. And so that'll be coming back to the council for further review, and also to our Citizen Oversight Committee with that in August of 2025. When it comes to some of the numbers within the debt service, wanted to show at least from a pro forma standpoint, the estimated principal and interest for a $150 million bond with the work of our financial advisor, Jaime Trejo, who's also in the audience here. He is really the brains behind a lot of the number calculations included in the ballot, as well as the pro forma here in terms of sizing and planning out the debt service schedule. And so this shows over the roughly 30 years of the bonds, the principal, interest, and debt service amounts for that payment. So sometimes I'm asked, well, why do we need to place this tax levy on the property tax roll now? Why can't we wait? We haven't issued the bonds. And really, it has to do with interest payments and principal payments. There is an advantage of going now versus a year later. We would save in terms of interest costs almost $4 million, and that would be additional dollars that would go toward projects. When we collect the dollars needed to pay the debt, it allows us to pay the principal faster, very similar to either car or house payments. So if you have dollars available to pay debt, we would save overall in the overall cost of that issuance. And then obviously on the con side, this would be before our property owners as part of the 25-26 tax roll. When you look at the timing of the tax roll, as far as this request, we would file the request with the county in July based on the action tonight, if approved by the council. That would allow the county to place it for collections and property tax payments due in November of 25, February of 26. That would allow the city to have the funds to make the first debt issuance payment in August of 26. And so this kind of shows the annual flow. We'll be back before the council every year with a similar technical action to bring forward a debt levy for the county to assess property owners. So at this time, the rate is estimated at $28.70 per 100,000. A more accurate levy projection will be known once the county finalizes and releases the assessed valuations in September. The dollar amounts included in your resolution are consistent with Measure I with regards to tax rates, timing, and this is the maximum tax rate that our property owners will face, and then it would decline over time. Just for the public's information, this is assessed on all property owners, not just residential property owners. So for those, the 20 largest commercial property owners, this was included in the outreach materials as part of the education of Measure I in 2024. Those large commercial property owners would face on average a $254,000 payment in 25-26 based on the current AV. Now that will change based on the county's assessment. Based on a typical homeowner's assessed value, about $200 or so for their bill, and just including some of the ballot items that were based on the assessed value numbers we had at the time in line with that. So the recommendation tonight, adopt a resolution authorizing an ad valorem tax levy based on a debt service estimate to be provided to the Santa Clara County respecting unsold general obligation bonds for fiscal year 25-26, and the rate shall be $28.70 per 100,000 of assessed value. So with that, that concludes my presentation. We also have bond counsel available online, and as well as our financial advisor and myself to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have a question. So we campaigned on $19 per 100,000 of assessed value. Now it's a little over $28 per 100,000 of assessed value. But the way you explained it was it averages to $19 per 100,000 assessed value over the term of the bond. So I would just want to make sure that our public understands that, you know, that they voted for the average of $19 per 100,000 of assessed value. And I just want to make sure we have that on all our materials, that, you know, that was the reality of what we advertised. So that was just a comment really as opposed to a question. I don't have any others, so.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, Mayor, that is correct. Based on the tax payment structure of the debt in the bond and working with our financial advisor, it was most efficient in terms of how we structure that payment to have the maximum payment available up front, so that minimizes our interest costs, maximizes the bonds available for projects, and the best structure for the residents and property owners. And so on average, that is $19 per 100,000 of assessed value. That will be dependent on the interest rates out in the bond market. The assessed value likely could be lower if assessed values grow, if the interest rate declines, but on average, $19. And that our issuance, our estimates, working with our financial advisor, is consistent with the bond language that was passed by the voters.
Okay, I see there's more questions now. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thank you, Ken. I wanted to understand on slide 10, if the city does choose to levy the ad valorem tax, it says that there potentially, as an advantage, could be $3.75 million more for projects. It's my understanding that $400 million is set for the projects. I'm not sure how interest payments could alter that. I didn't know if that is a possibility. And then my other question is regarding slide 12. The estimated 16.8 million as the projected 25-26 assessed value, does that then mean the pool of money that we have to work with for that year in the first phase of projects? And again, our projects are going to be based then on the amount, or will we be doing our phased projects regardless of what we get in on this first round?
I have more questions. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lee. My question is, we are doing the first tranche right now, and I know we're talking about $28.70 per 100,000 to start with maximum, and average will be 19. But when we launch the last tranche, at that time, we will have a very accurate figure of our debt, basically. So at that time, will our residents be knowing what almost close to what they will be paying at that time? That's my question.
And those are the questions. I'm going to go to the public after that. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want me to answer? Or?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
There's no more questions. We're going to go to the public after this.
Thank you for the question. So, Vice Mayor Cox, I do want to go back to the slide just to clarify a couple statements that I made. So on here, you're right. From a project standpoint, the cap is $400 million. What the intent of this is, by assessing the levy this year versus next year, it would save approximately $3.75 million, you're right, of interest costs over that time period. The principal would be made available within the year for the debt service payment. And so I do want to go back to, I think it was a prior slide. This slide here, your second question around the $16 million, just want to, our estimate is that that would generate $16.8 million. To be conservative, just our estimate for that first year of debt service payments, about 16.5. So that would make available the revenue in order to make that first year's payment of roughly 16.5 or so. And then Councilmember Chahal, you asked about the tranche and whether the public will know the payment. So basically, taking a look at this debt service, a lot of number crunching, but the overall interest cost of 4.58% over the life of 30 years. When we go to market, when we issue the bonds later this calendar year, early next year, that will lock in the payment schedule that you see on this specific slide or some version of that. And so that will give us some concrete, definitive understanding of what residents would pay. We will be back before the council in terms of every year when we're going to the county to provide an estimate of what that debt service is. But we will come back and be publicly transparent what those dollar amounts are, how we're tracking against the $19 average. And as the market fluctuates, we'll report back.
So my question is beyond that. Let's say we've launched first tranche in 2026, right? And following, after that, let's say we do next $150 million in 2030, right? To write down the debt to the minimum so that we don't pay interest to the maximum, will we continue with $28.70 all through when we go for the second tranche also, or the third tranche, so that we can pay the debt? My reason I'm asking that question is maximum we can charge $28.70 per 100,000. If we keep doing that, we might be able to write off our debt instead of 30 years, last one, maybe sooner than that, and maybe 20 years of the last tranche, basically. So why would we like to reduce that to $19 if we are able to finish the last tranche 10 years sooner?
I'll start it, and then I'll rely on Jaime if he wants to provide some additional insight. And so with regards to the timing of the 3 tranches, that's based on our ability to deliver projects, spend down the bonds. And so it was always anticipated that our city would over time spend $400 million, and so that was estimated for 3 tranches of sizing. With regards to the debt service, it was always contemplated that 2870 was the highest that would start in the beginning, and on average would be $19. That was based on the most efficient use of both dollars, costs, expenses, and estimated interest costs at the time. I don't know, Jaime, if you have additional insight on that specific question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jaime Trail with PFM. So the reason why we wouldn't stay at $28.70 is because the tax rate is really an indication of the revenue that's being levied. So the revenue that's being levied and being generated, I think will cap out around $22 million around year 5, and will be level around that amount at $22 million, let's say. And as a result, as your assessed value increases, your tax rate decreases. So the tax rate's decreasing over time because the amount you're generating is staying the same, but your tax base is increasing. So as your AV increases 4, 5, 6% a year, your tax rate will decrease. So over the life of 34 years of the 3 tranches of bonds, the average will be 19. It will likely be less for 3 reasons. The actual amount is actually $18.8. It was rounded up to 19 for marketing purposes. It doesn't take into account unitary tax revenue, which will be generated and applied in subsequent years. And we project a 4% AV growth. Your historical average is closer to 6. So your average tax rate over the life will be closer. It's like $17.5, $17. But to answer your question is, one, we told voters we wouldn't do that. And when I size the bonds, I have to make a statement that says that the tax rate will be less than 19% on average through the term of the bonds.
Okay. So again, my follow-up question on that is, we are amortizing this value among 40 years, let's say 40 years, right? Just like if I own a house mortgage, I can pay off the regular amount in 40 years or 30 years, but if I pay more, let's say I keep paying $28.70, right? I can cut that debt from 40 years to say 35 years, 33 years. So why can't we do that so that our residents are not burdened for an extra interest debt on that?
Because we promised them, because that would increase the average tax rate beyond 19.
So we promised them the 90.
Yeah, we promised the 19 average.
90.
It would be above 19.
Okay, average 90. Okay, got it. But that promise is for 40 years?
It's to the life of the bonds, which is about 34 years. So when it's 30 years for the first one, then 2 years later, and then 2 years later, so it's 34 years in total.
So if we finish off our debt instead of 40 years, in 30 years, even if we charge $28.70, don't we think the average for 40 years will be less than 19 for that matter?
No, because there's no debt service. It's the years where there's debt service. So if you had $1 of debt service, you could potentially do that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the public now. Anyone here in the chambers would like to speak first? All right, seeing none, we have iPhone. Is that Linda? iPhone?
Yes, you're right. It is Linda.
Hi, Linda. Welcome.
I walk a lot, and I have noticed that there's about a house for sale on every block. Those houses will be sold, and the property tax will be upped because the houses are now rated at the current rate. So will you be getting more money because the taxes are higher on them? And has that been figured in? That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Do we have anyone else? That's it. Director Lee, would you like to talk about reassessment of a house upon sale?
Yes, appreciate the public comment there. And so it has been baked in, as Jaime, our financial advisor, mentioned, that the assumption here is that assessed value grows by 4%. To the extent values grow faster than that allows for a broader base for which to make the tax payment. So he mentioned, the $19 on average would be $17, $18. So that would decrease the cost for our residents.
Thank you. All right, so now we're looking for a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the tax. Is there a council member that would like to make that? Councilmember Gonzalez?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hardy. Thank you for that, and thank you for presenting this at a reasonable hour. It came up at midnight, I think, our last meeting, so I appreciate, educating all of us during this time. So we have a motion second. All right. Please register your vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right. We're moving on now to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion, unless an item's pulled for discussion. Do we have anybody from the council, from the public, staff, or anyone to pull a consent calendar item? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Chahal, motion, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez to approve the consent calendar. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Boy, we're moving right along, aren't we, council? All right. Next. I'm going so fast, I have to turn the pages. And that included the Stadium Authority consent calendar as well. Public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to give a presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Do we have anyone online? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our first public hearing, general business. Item number 6, study session on the draft revisions to the El Camino Real specific plan. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This item is a study session to review and provide feedback on revisions to the El Camino Real specific plan. The revisions reflect direction from the City Council that was provided through 2021 and 2023. That direction specifically was to reduce allowable building heights and density while still maintaining a viable mixed-use development. Community engagement efforts since late 2024 included meetings with the El Camino Real Citizen Advisory Committee, 2 additional public meetings, outreach to the Chamber of Commerce, as well as updates via social media and email. This study session is again to present to you the revisions and to obtain feedback from the City Council. Once that feedback is obtained, the staff envisions coming back to the City Council next fall with a final document. Please welcome Afsha Hamid, the city's Community Development Director, to the podium, and she will introduce our consultant that helped prepare the plan.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Glad to be back in such a short time. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. And thank you, City Manager. I'm going to get right into the presentation, and I will do the first few slides. So tonight, staff and consultant will walk through the project background, a high-level overview of the specific plan, key revisions, share the public comments and the feedback, and take council feedback tonight, and also go into next steps and do the Q&A. So before I go into the presentation, a number of staff have been working on this to coordinate this product, this specific plan. So from Planning Department, Leslie Xavier and Rebecca Bostos. From Public Works, Craig Mobeck, Mike Clue, and Carol Shariat with the Traffic Division. Our City Attorney's Office, Xander Abbey. And we also have our consultant tonight, Alessandra London with Ramey and Associates. Getting into the background of the project, before I discuss what a specific plan is, I would briefly like to give a framework. So the city's general plan calls for the support of focus areas and community vitality to foster the city's diverse economic and cultural base. And so the plan, if adopted, it will allow for a few key things. It will allow, number one, for certainty of review, number two, local control, which is really important, and a streamlined development process. So all those three things will work together once we have an adopted specific plan. And more importantly, it will allow staff to implement the council and the community's vision going forward with development projects. So the El Camino Real specific plan, it really is a long-term vision for how this corridor could develop over the next 15 to 20 years. And it looks at land use, infrastructure, and also economic development. The purpose of this specific plan is to refine and implement the general plan vision for the El Camino Real focus area. And this was identified as a growth area in the general plan. Additionally, this corridor is also considered a priority development area through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC ABAG, for higher density and transit-oriented growth. And that's important because it allows us to go for state and federal funding for this project. So the specific plan addresses required topics such as land use, transportation, and infrastructure. And so that first bullet point really implements the overall vision. Second, it creates goals, policies, zoning, and design standards. And that's important because that allows for the local control. Third, it identifies specific improvements and actions to achieve that vision. Again, this and making sure that we have consistency of review when we get development projects that come in. And then the fourth is the environmental impact report and to assess the environmental impacts. If we adopt an environmental impact report for that entire corridor, what it allows us to do is to streamline the development review process for that entire corridor so projects don't have to come in one at a time and we can tier off or do a checklist, which helps streamline the review process for us. And so by doing all these, the specific plan is really an overall way to achieve our desired outcome and incentivize development for the future. So the general plan encourages improvements to the design and quality of development along El Camino Real with a greater mix of land uses at activity centers in conjunction with improved commercial and streetscape design. So an attractive physical setting can encourage investment. It can help retain existing businesses and support new businesses that provide the services and goods that are desired by residents and visitors. The direction from the general plan is to transform this El Camino Real from a series of auto-oriented strip malls to tree-lined pedestrian transit-oriented corridor with a mix of residential and retail uses. And it aligns with the high-level policies of the general plan. A specific plan is one of the tools to get investment and redevelopment going. And I just also want to share that staff has also been discussing how Sunnyvale and Mountain View have gotten development to spur in those cities, and the first key element was the adoption of a specific plan. So how did we get here? In 2010, the general plan update changed corridor to residential mixed use. Then in 2017, City Council directed staff to prepare a specific plan with more focused and more detailed policies for new development. In 2017 through 2021, staff worked with the consultant and also the CAC to prepare a specific plan, a draft one. And then in 2021, City Council direction was to modify that specific plan, that draft specific plan. In March of 2023, staff came back and started the phase 2 to revise the specific plan per the council's direction. And in August of 2023, City Council direction was provided on the draft revised land use plan. And we will get into that in this presentation. And so City Council direction on the plan revisions was to prepare reduced density specific plan to address the community concerns over residential adjacencies and the impacts of higher density development, retain enough development capacity with 4,400 units instead of 6,200 units, and elements of the prior specific plan to support mixed-use development. And I will now introduce Alessandra London with Ramey and Associates. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the council. I'm going to now walk through an overview of the specific plan and highlight some of the key revisions that we made to the plan. So on this slide, you'll see the high-level table of contents in the specific plan. We have 6 chapters. Chapter 1 is the introduction. It goes through kind of the plan context, location, background, and the community engagement process. Chapter 2 covers the high-level vision and planning frameworks. And then we made the bulk of the revisions in Chapter 3, land use, and Chapter 4, which is the development and design standards. Chapter 5 covers transportation and public spaces. And then Chapter 6 is an implementation chapter, which goes into a funding and financing strategy and talks about capital improvements needed to implement the plan. So Chapter 3 is the land use chapter. It covers land use policies. It contains the land use plan, or the zoning map, for the corridor. It includes the development growth potential, and it has an open space plan as well. So some of the key changes we made in this chapter included adding a new lower density land use designation for townhomes. We reduced the density along some of those sensitive interfaces next to single family neighborhoods, particularly on the northern side of El Camino Real. We revised the land use plan to be consistent with some existing and recently entitled projects that have been built or are currently under construction since the last time we came for adoption. And then we reduced the development potential per City Council direction to 4,400 residential units. So this slide shows the now 4 land use designations in the plan. So the 3 on the left, those were the original 3 zones in the plan, and we added the one on the right. So what we did is we actually split the corridor residential designation into 2. So now we have corridor residential, and the new one is corridor residential low, and that accommodates lower density townhomes. And I'm going to walk through these in a little bit more detail on the coming slides. So the regional commercial mixed use, that's the most intense of the designations at 55 to 100 dwelling units per acre and 5 to 6 stories in height. And it applies to those really large activity center parcels along the corridor, such as Moonlight Center. Ground floor retail is required along El Camino Real in this designation. Additionally, new development must have pedestrian-oriented frontages along El Camino Real with significant public streetscape and pedestrian improvements, including publicly accessible open space that is integrated into the development. And the specific plan includes a number of illustrations to communicate the intent and the vision. So in this rendering, you'll see this is just one potential scenario or concept for the Moonlight Center with some one-story pad retail on the front, higher density residential towards the back of the site, all centered around a publicly accessible central plaza. The next designation is corridor mixed use. This is a moderate density zone that allows development at 45 to 65 dwelling units per acre and 4 to 5 stories in height. Retail is allowed in this zone, but only required at key intersections. The plan requires shared and private open space for all new residential developments within each residential development. And then publicly accessible open space is also encouraged. The corridor residential designation allows low to mid-rise residential building types, such as garden-style apartments at 26 to 45 dwelling units per acre and 3 to 4 stories in height. Commercial ground floor uses, again, are allowed and encouraged, but they're not required in this zone. Parking would likely be accommodated in garages, tuck under, or below grade. And this designation applies to kind of small to moderate-sized parcels along the corridor. And then we have corridor residential low. This is the new zone that allows townhomes at 12 to 25 dwelling units per acre and 2 to 3 stories in height. It applies to the really small, shallow parcels along the corridor, particularly when they're adjacent to single-family parcels. And then again, commercial is allowed, but not required in this zone. So on this slide, we have the new revised land use map or land use plan for El Camino Real, showing those 4 designations. And then you'll see kind of the dotted line. Those are the areas along the corridor where ground floor commercial would be required. So this map highlights the parcels where we made changes from the original specific plan. So in total, we changed about 60 parcels to the new corridor residential low designation. And you'll see in this map that very light blue lines on the map, those are areas or parcels that are directly adjacent to single-family homes. So as you can see, we redesignated a number of those small parcels, particularly along the northern side of El Camino Real, where more sensitive neighborhood transitions are really needed. And then additionally, we changed 7 properties. We redesignated them to corridor residential or corridor mixed use, respectively, to reflect some recently approved or pending projects, which are shown in the hatch marks. I'm now going to walk through an overview of the key revisions to the development and design standards that were made. So Chapter 4 contains the land use table of permitted uses by zone, the development standards such as height, density, setbacks, and open space, and objective design standards as now required by state law. And some of the key revisions we made to this chapter include adding development and design standards for that new corridor residential low land use designation. We revised the neighborhood transition standards for the northern side of El Camino Real to require a 30-degree daylight plane, which I'm going to talk about on some of the next slides. We made some minor revisions to the development and objective design standards to align with the recently adopted city zoning code. And then we also replaced one of the site plans for corridor mixed use in the plan because the site we had selected previously has since been redeveloped. So on this slide, you'll see just one example of, for instance, a new townhome standard that we added to the plan. This one covers minimum distance between buildings or townhomes facing onto a central landscaped path or open space. So they have to be a minimum of 30 feet building face to building face. And you can kind of see from the images that a standard like this can really make a big difference to the look and feel and privacy of those townhomes. So you can see on the right that open or that landscaped Open space is probably only 15 to 20 feet in width. So those townhomes, there's not a lot of light coming into that open space. Those townhomes are really looking right into each other, versus on the left, that wider landscaped open space really provides more light and air and privacy. So a key concern from the community throughout the development of the specific plan was sensitivity to adjacent low-density neighborhoods. So the plan includes a number of strategies, or transition standards, I should say, to ensure that new development does not cause privacy, shading, and other impacts on adjacent properties. This includes the daylight planes, deeper setbacks, upper story step backs of the building, requiring or encouraging smaller scale and house form building types, such as townhomes as a transition, orienting windows and balconies away from existing homes, and providing landscape buffers. So again, this is just an example from the plan. This one is for required landscape screening between residential and non-residential uses, or between multifamily and single-family uses. So there has to be a minimum 5-foot wide planter strip, and they have to plant at least one tree per 20 to 40 linear feet, depending on the tree species and canopy width at maturity. So that really creates that kind of opaque landscape screening along the property line. So the specific plan previously included a 45-degree daylight plane transition in height abutting single-family parcels. And we conducted shadow studies for several parcels along the northern side of El Camino Real. And based on those studies, we revised the standard to require a 30-degree setback plane specifically for the parcels on the northern side of the corridor to limit the shading on those adjacent single-family homes. So here you can see, I know there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but this just gives you a sense. So the minimum rear setback in these instances it's 25 feet. So at 25 feet, if you had a building in that area, you could only have 1 to 2, maybe 2 stories at that setback, versus if you're at 3 to 4 stories, your building has to be set back 60 feet, for instance. So it kind of shows you, if you're going, for those single family homes that are right next to it, what they're going to be looking at potentially is a 2-story, a 2-story building. So here you'll find the results of the site tests and the shadow studies that were conducted for several parcels on the northern side of the corridor, specifically at the intersection of El Camino Real and Morse Lane. There are currently 2 hotels on the site, existing hotels. I believe they're about 2 stories, 2 stories, and they're built right up to the property line in the rear, next to those single-family homes. So we modeled a building that could be built using the standards in the plan, including that 30-degree daylight plane. So this slide illustrates the shadows that fall on the adjacent single-family homes throughout the year for both the existing hotels, which are shown on the top row, versus that new mixed-use building following the specific plan regulations, which is shown in the bottom row. And I'm going to show you a close-up on the next slide, because I know it's a little hard to see. So as you can see, the new building does not shade the single-family homes, with the exception of during the winter solstice, when shadows are the longest. You can see there is some shading on the yards of those homes to the rear of the site, but they are actually mainly being cast by the 6-foot-high fence along the property line, and they're about the same as the shadows being cast by the existing hotels on the site today. Moving on to transportation, Chapter 5 contains the mobility framework for the corridor, the proposed bike network, pedestrian network, sidewalk and public realm standards, parking standards, and the right-of-way redesign for El Camino Real. And we made very minimal changes to this chapter, mainly just in accordance with the recently adopted zoning code. So a key element of the specific plan is the future vision for the right-of-way. This diagram depicts both the existing condition with 3 travel lanes, turn lanes, and very narrow sidewalks, as well as the proposed right-of-way concept on the bottom. And this did not change from the original specific plan. The plan establishes both an interim and a final configuration for the right-of-way, which gives greater support for alternative modes of travel, bikers, transit, and pedestrians. On-street parking will be removed to accommodate a protected bikeway, bus boarding islands, wider sidewalks, and street trees as parcels redevelop in the future. And we went to the Planning Commission for a study session 2 weeks ago, and most of the questions and comments we got from Planning Commission were actually in regards to the right-of-way concept. So we clarified that the width of the right-of-way is not changing, just the configuration within that existing 120-foot right-of-way. Several commissioners also noted the need for drop-off and pickup zones to accommodate future autonomous vehicles, and some were interested in lowering the speeds along El Camino Real. Chapter 5, I'll just note, does include a section on curbside management, including standards for providing flexible short-term loading and drop-off spaces on side streets and internal to the developments on El Camino Real. And we also have some recommendations for developing a city curbside management strategy. So we've held a number of public meetings and community engagement events to present and receive feedback on the revised plan, including a CAC meeting in December and an open house in February, among some of the others you see on this list. We also, the plan was also posted on social media and received over 1,000 views on each of the platforms. At the open house workshop on February 24th of this year, we presented the revised draft plan and we received input from participants. In terms of land use, there were some concerns regarding vacant retail and the current market conditions to implement the plan. Participants mentioned the importance of active residential uses on El Camino Real in addition to retail, such as lobbies and community spaces, which the plan does address. There were also some questions regarding loss of the original plan capacity, so going from 6,200 units to 4,400 units under the new plan. And then in terms of mobility, many participants were happy to see the bike and multimodal improvements in the plan. There were a few participants that were concerned over the loss of on-street parking. Others noted that Santa Mas Expressway, or the Santa Mas intersection really in particular needs safety improvements, and there are some improvements listed in the plan for that intersection, and then that more reliable transit is needed along the corridor. So what's next for the plan? The public draft will be released later this summer or early fall, and then we plan to go for adoption hearings fall of this year. And we were hoping to, we're really excited to hear your thoughts on the plan, and we just have one kind of discussion question to start us off. Which is, as we kick off the EIR process, we're reconsidering the value of evaluating both the old specific plan and the revised plan, and it would be helpful to hear council's thoughts on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was really interesting. Thank you. All right, council questions only. Let's start with Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wrote down the numbers of the slides, then realized I had 2 different numbers because some of the ones are the printed and some are where it is, so I apologize if they're close to where I'm thinking of. But I wanted to be really clear, there were a lot of parking changes and on each one of the plans, and I wanted to make certain I understood that. I know we have talked in the past about one dedicated parking place per unit, and then making a bundle or making some that someone could buy another parking place if it was required, or there could be some kind of shared use with retail and things like that. I did not hear anything about that. You mentioned just once, but I wanted to make it real clear that it would not be allowed to have large bedroom windows or anything overlooking single-family neighborhood. You just said that it would be, I'm trying to think the words you used, but not encouraged or something, but I wasn't quite certain it was prohibited. And I noticed on your, in fact, on your revised here, some of the light blue, those have already, some of them have already been developed or in development now that you've called out. I just wonder how that would retroactively handle. Does that just mean the next time something goes there, it would go into the different plans? I want to make certain I understand that. And I was not real clear. I was looking at the setback numbers. I understand the degrees you're giving, the 45 and then the 30, but I wanted to make certain I understood the exact setback from the back fence for a single-family neighborhood established. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
I was wondering if the concern on the north side was the shading, the primary concern. Why don't we just limit the massing to 3 stories and the 30-degree plane and not have an upper limit of 25 design units per acre, which would then allow for micro units and such? It would accomplish the same thing that we're trying to achieve, but it would allow for more affordable units by design, and I don't understand the need for an upper limit of design units per acre of 25. The second was for these numbers that you're presenting, units per acre and such, are they increased by density bonuses for affordable housing and such? And then it seems like one of the changes was to require planting of trees within that 5-foot buffer zone. You didn't do any shading studies of the impacts of those trees. And then would it be, we have an issue of privacy versus shading. You could require deciduous trees, and then you wouldn't have the loss of sunlight, but you'd lose the privacy. So has there been any thought about what is better? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. Just one question. It's stated here that the council direction for the plan revision was 2021, which implemented the reduction to 4,400 residential units. So my assumption, and just wanting clarification on this, is that our current RENA numbers that we just provided are inclusive of the 4,400 units instead of the 6,200. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding parking, especially on the 2 zoning, regional community mixed use and corridor mixed use. What are the parking standards for these, basically? Currently, there are some zones which are pretty active business zones, and I don't want to lose those business zones. So, and one of the requirement is these are flourishing because of the parking is available, just like Target complex over there. So I want to find out for these 2 particular zones, what is our parking standards are? Would we be maintaining the same parking standard what we have currently on those? Thank you.
So I had a couple of questions. One was regarding removing the parking on El Camino. Was that in the original plan to remove all that parking? I'm still concerned about some of the older lots in the certain part of Santa Clara from Scott Boulevard, especially over past Lafayette Street, where we have the lots that aren't very deep. and the businesses are there and they don't have parking on site, and they rely on that street parking. So I want to know, how we're going to deal with that. And then many residents complain that they don't want the El Camino turned into an all residential development land, because we have always relied on the El Camino for our neighborhood retail and commercial uses. And from what they see is now it's turning into all, heavy density residential development. And it doesn't help that through whether, I can't remember if it was Builder's Remedy or Senate bills that allowed possibly one of our major major corners on El Camino and Kylie, that there's a project, I don't know if it's still before us, that is for all residential and no retail. So with the loss of possibly something like that, how are we going to make that up in terms of trying to preserve retail? And I know it's difficult now. We're in a market that it's difficult to build residential, really difficult to build retail, but how do we maintain through this plan some of our especially major corners that we're going to rely on when we have, these through the state or through Builder's Remedy that can come in and develop without providing any retail. I think that's all I have for now. And I don't know if it's kind of part of this plan, but the project that we have on El Camino and Lawrence Expressway, which is again a major retail corner where they built the residential, they didn't build the retail. They were supposed to build over 100,000 square feet of retail. And that was supposed to come first, and it never happened. Like how are we gonna, I'm really concerned about maintaining some retail on the El Camino. So what can we do in this plan that incentivizes developers to build it at least as part of their project? Because you mentioned many times that we can have this development, and then they had an option to do retail on the bottom, but they don't have to. Well, if the way the market is, they're not going to, because it doesn't pencil out. But what kind of incentives in this plan can we offer for the retails, especially on the major corridors? Councilmember Park.
Yes. And thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that you've put in for some of the changes. I remember in the original meetings that we had and some of the discussions. I want to just make a note for slide 19 that the contrast on the residential adjacency lines would be good. It's really difficult to see what those are when everything's a shade of blue. I did like on slide 26, which is the daylight plane measured 6 feet above grade from the property line. I did mention this earlier, but some parcels, some neighboring parcels are actually below the grade of the parcel that we're talking about. For example, things north, it's next to Morse, are actually 2 feet below the adjacent grade. So I feel that if we're worried about shading for the parcels that are adjacent, we should measure the 6 feet above the grade of the adjacent parcel if the adjacent parcel is below the development project's grade, if that makes sense. Right, so the project that you're looking at may be here, and the parcel right next to it may be lower, and that's my concern. I do share the walkability on El Camino. I mean, having houses there is nice, but nobody necessarily wants to just walk around houses. I mean, you can do that in your neighborhood. And one of the reasons that we did have retail on El Camino so that people, wherever they were, could walk to El Camino and then go to various retail by walking the length of El Camino. I also want to make sure that we have some retail, we spur retail growth. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we're coming up with this specific plan, but I want to make sure that having the specific plan, much like our neighboring cities, it also spurs the growth that we see in our neighboring cities. I know that there is a big difference between the east side and the west side of the city along El Camino. I know that the lot sizes when we go west of San Tomas are a little bit deeper. same thing. I know that parking, I don't really notice parking on the west side as much. I think there's very limited parking, and the parking is, some of it, I think it says 12 minutes. You've got 12-minute parking in some cases. Well, we don't see that. But I think the mayor brings up a very good point about parcels, maybe some of the older businesses on the east side that do rely on the street parking. I do remember that now that I'm on, that when I was living closer to the old quad, that is true. Last thing is, when we look at the El Camino itself, I would like to consider the length or the narrowness, the width of the median islands, especially making the left turn south on San Tomas, for example. If we could narrow the median island so that to lengthen the left turn lane, it would actually stop a lot of blockages from, too many cars trying to turn left, and the left turn cars actually block some of the cars that are trying to go straight on El Camino. But just consider those types of things as well. I do like the fact that we do have the median lane, that we have the islands there for protection. They're not really there for pedestrians because they're not really wide enough for that, but I want to make sure that the median islands don't get in the way of people trying to make turns as well. I mean, I would hope that we would lessen the traffic, but if that's not going to happen, then I want to make sure we're not, that we address the issues as we see them. And I'll save some comments or questions for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, your light's on. Do you have more questions?
I had one more. I had one more question. I was wondering if you could just walk us through table 3-1, development potential by land use. I know it's been redlined, so it's not in the presentation, but it's in the report. Thank you.
So those are the questions. Would you like a little time? Should I go to the public? And will you discuss? Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask any member of the public if you'd like to speak on this. Now's the time. First, I have Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. You're here. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I support processing both plans, the original specific plan and its EIR, and the revised specific plan and its EIR. El Camino Real needs a specific plan to streamline and spur development. It's struggling right now without a plan. It's unfortunate the original plan wasn't approved, but staff has done a fine job addressing the council's concerns with the revised plan. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? If you'd like to speak? Do we have anyone online? Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
Hi, thank you. Betsy Magus. I would like to support what Jeff Houston just said. I think that it's valuable to keep the original plan on the table. The number of housing units removed from the revised plan is a lot to lose, and we can't get them back if we don't go that way. And we need housing. If you're concerned about the impacts of building with lower density, I urge you all to really scrutinize the impacts of building with, sorry, if you're concerned about the impacts of higher density, I urge you to consider the environmental, especially impacts of building with lower density. We have many more times the number of jobs here than housing, and that continues to be true over the years. That results in very long commutes and additional traffic congestion and higher rents. And I think we really need to be keeping both options on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. I have two separate issues. One is near my house, they are building townhouses, et cetera, and I'm fine with that. But what I notice is both there and Moonlit Lanes, use that area has no grocery store shopping, and everybody needs to have produce. Everybody doesn't need to have their nails done necessarily, but it's nice. But they absolutely have to have some place to walk to that they can get groceries from. And right now, crossing El Camino is not a good thing, and there's no grocery store nearby. Moonlit Lanes used to have a Save Mart, but that's gone a long time ago. And there's nothing until you get down to Homestead or up to Monroe. I would really like to see El Camino have more than nothing, which it does right now. Second issue is I lost it. It was based on part of what Betty was saying about, and I can't remember what it was right now. So I will leave it alone. Goodbye.
Thank you, Linda. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I'd like to see a mom and pop grocery store on El Camino. I've kind of lost trust with Whole Foods and Sprouts. I've heard about how they're spraying that appeal on the produce at Whole Foods. And now I just recently heard something about the produce. They've added something to the water that sprays onto the produce at Sprouts. So I've kind of lost trust in the chains, the grocery chain stores. I'd like to see maybe a mom and pop type grocery store where we've got local produce that's brought in and not sprayed with chemicals. Thank you very much. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Edward. Do we have anyone else? Is that it? Okay. So staff, when you're ready, answer some questions. To the best of your ability.
Okay. Okay, let's see here.
If you missed any, we'll remind you, don't worry.
I'm sure you will. Okay, so I'll do my best I tried to write down my notes here. Okay, so for Councilmember Hardy, in terms of parking changes, we made some very minimal changes from the original plan to the revised plan in terms of parking standards, and that was mainly to make them align with the recently adopted zoning code. So the zoning code has, that was recently adopted, I think in 2022 or whatever it was, 2023, had specific parking standards for multifamily housing and retail uses, well, basically all the uses, and we wanted to align with that. So those were the main change there. We do, I think, require unbundled parking in the plan, and we also have provisions for shared parking as well. In terms of bedroom windows and privacy, Leslie, did you want to take that, or I could take it?
Yeah, sure. So per the building code, we can't prohibit bedroom windows from facing the rear. We can encourage a developer, which we do in the plan, from designing their project to orient the windows away. And so those are the regulations we do have in the plan. But building code does require egress windows. So to the extent feasible, we're encouraging them to not be located at the rear of the property line. But in certain instances, there may be times when we can't necessarily avoid it, just given building code requirements for egress for a bedroom window.
And I'll also add to that, because of the daylight plane, I think it won't be as much of an issue because, for instance, it basically requires the building to be set back more from that property line with that daylight plane. So even if you do have some windows that are facing onto that adjacent development, it will be farther away from that home. It won't be right on top of them, particularly for any stories that are higher where they might be looking down. They're going to be set way, way back from the property line. So in many cases, like those windows on that property, on that new property might actually be farther away than the windows that are facing them from their single-family neighbor right next to them along the side. Okay, hopefully I answered all of your questions. I think, okay, Councilmember Jane. Actually, Afshan, did you want to address density in the plan?
Okay. So in terms of the density, I think what we're looking at is as projects come in, what we're trying to do is encourage more flexibility on the way a project is designed. So we feel that this approach will allow for greater articulation instead of just being regulated by mass or density. It will allow for more it will allow staff to work with more articulating of the overall architectural form and design and allow it to fit more into the neighborhood that way. So that's why we're taking the approach that we're taking. And then the increase by the density bonus, that's state law, and the state law prevails. But, you know, like we said, allowing some form through the adoption of this specific plan will allow us to have the local control and limit, at least have some baselines, and then when you do density bonus, it will prevail, but it won't be as restrictive on what we do here. Regarding the trees, versus shading versus deciduous trees, I think that that's a balance between what will fit in that neighborhood. And you also have to look at different considerations when you look at landscaping. Some areas may be more shaded, so it may, and the soil conditions, and there may be instances where you already have existing trees, so you have to work with the existing site conditions to tailor what kind of landscaping you get, and that will evolve as the plan for a development comes in.
I think your last question was on table 3.1 in the plan. So this shows the development potential for the specific plan, and we updated those development potential numbers.
Possible to get it on the screen?
We don't have it in the PowerPoint, unfortunately. So I don't know if we can get it on the screen or not. Maybe.
Can we keep going while
Okay.
we're trying to do this?
And
We'll come back to that.
A lot of questions.
Okay. In terms of Councilmember Cox's question on RENA, I believe Leslie was telling me that it was not included in this last cycle of RENA. So so whatever residential capacity in this plan could be basically applied to the next one, right?
Right, correct. So we already have those housing element sites for the RENA, and we're not including this, but what we're doing is saving this for the next housing element, which is a bonus. No, but for 8 development sites are already included in the RENA, so we're not doing this one, but potentially when we get that next RENA in 7 years or 6 years, then we can plan to include these in that next RENA.
Councilmember Jahal, let's see, regional, oh, sorry. There was a question about parking standards for regional commercial mixed use and the corridor mixed use. So again, the parking standards are pretty much the same as what they are in the zoning code. So it does lay out, parking standards by, I believe it's by bedroom size for multifamily units, and then parking standards depending on the type of commercial development per the zoning code. So yes, any type of kind of commercial retail development, you would have to have a certain number of spaces per 1,000 square feet. Is it on there? Oh, okay. All right, coming back to table 3.1. So we updated this a little bigger.
Nobody can see.
Zoom in. Maybe. Oh, no. No, I don't want to see.
All right, can we just keep going on?
Okay.
I don't know what the question was, but the answer's somewhere on that slide, I guess.
Mayor Gilmore, so let's see. There was a question about parking, which I'm going to let staff address on street parking.
Thank you. Mike Liu, Assistant Director, Public Works. Pleasure to be here. So yes, parking on El Camino Real. Just want to point out a couple things. So I think the question was asked whether the plan always include parking removal, and the answer is yes. It always included that as an option. There was outreach to business owners and property owners. I believe the city community development did that, very specific with flyers talking about the parking removal. Right? It's very important for property owners, whoever is the property, to know that parking removal is on the table. Right? So that was very explicit from what I recall. I do want to mention that on January 25th, 2022, the council actually removed parking via resolution on El Camino Real. That was done kind of around the same time as the plan was heading towards approval at that time. There was a lot of positive feedback that we had heard relative to the potential to install a bike lane on El Camino Real. There were parking studies done with fairly low occupancy, roughly within the 30% range. But there were parcels. There were about 5 parcels that did not have, what we termed in the report was adequate on-site parking. It was either limited or the term used was non-existent. So those are 5 particular properties, Diver Dans, some near El Camino and Main Street, as well as another property that those were not removed. So the plan there would be those would remain. If those sites ever redevelop, then we could revisit it again. In terms of the bike lane design, we would have to work around that. So I do want to mention, once again, El Camino Real is our #1 priority bike corridor in our bike plan. We do have funding in our capital budget to build a portion of that. Caltrans is going to build another portion, and then there's the remainder. So we're trying to phase the improvements over the next several years. We're actually very excited that Caltrans is going to come in and build a bike lane and invest. But I did want to catch up the council on that, since it has been some time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I ask my questions? Okay. So can you explain the crossed out numbers and the revised numbers? This is a red line version.
Yes.
And talk about maybe retail at the bottom of affordable housing complexes. It doesn't seem to ever pencil out, or it's actually kind of forbidden to put retail at the bottom of affordable housing because you can't rent it out. So can you just walk through these numbers and then talk about the feasibility of putting, because we used to have a 0.15 FAR for all parcels for commercial, which we dropped because retail has changed. So can you walk us through that?
Yes. So the regional commercial mixed use designation requires it's a 0.2 FAR commercial, and the corridor mixed use, which is that kind of medium density, I believe that one's 0.15 at key intersections. That's where that's required. And this table was updated based on direction from council from the previous growth potential of 6,200 units. So in the previous plan, we had the 3 designations, the densities were a little bit different, the combination of parcels was a little bit different, or the land use map was a little bit different, and we had these estimates of how many units we thought would be developed in each of those zones based on the parcels that were most likely to develop in each of those areas. So what we did is when we revised the land use plan and we rezoned some of those small parcels to that new corridor residential low or townhome designation, we had to redo all of these numbers. So we went back to that plan, and based on the revised land use map, we redid these growth potential numbers, trying to figure out, okay, in this new plan, land use plan, how many parcels in regional commercial mixed use do we think would redevelop, and therefore at X density, how many units would it result in? So that's how we came up with these revised numbers, and the revised square footage of commercial was based on the commercial requirements for those parcels in the land use plan. In terms of affordable housing, retail penciling and affordable housing, yes, I believe that it is always very difficult everywhere to get retail to pencil out for in affordable housing developments.
Yeah, I think this is something that we'll take a greater look at when we come back in the fall, but I think you raise a good point.
And can you just talk about, I think this chart says that the total estimated retail on El Camino will be 289,000 square feet, is that right?
No, sorry, and it's a little hard to tell because of the crossout. So this represents a loss of 289,000 square feet of retail. But overall, I believe, I have to go back and look at the plan. I think there's like 2.2 million square feet of retail on the corridor or something like that, and we're losing, a fraction of that with redevelopment of the parcels.
I see. This is, the net growth.
Yes.
I get it. Okay.
Let's see. And then maybe if we could go back to the PowerPoint. I was just going to show the land use plan again and just highlight the areas of the corridor. Oh, wait, no. I'm not sure which number it is. It's the one that shows the land use plan. Wait, let me see if I can figure that out from this. Should be, yep, that one doesn't really show it. It is slide, I can swipe again? Oh, thank you. It wasn't working. Okay, thank you. Wait, did I go too far? Yes. There we go. I just wanted to highlight again, so commercial ground floor is required in all the areas of the corridor where you see the little dashed marks. So we wanted to concentrate it at all of those key intersections and nodes, understanding that that's where commercial and retail is most feasible moving forward. Did you want to add anything?
Sure. So with the specific plan, where they focused it is on the larger parcels. So at Lawrence Square, Moonlight Center, and Santa Clara Town Center. Because those parcels, because of their depth and width, would allow for retail and commercial, and that would be most feasible, versus the other parcels, which are smaller parcels or narrower widths. Those would allow for the better standards.
Councilmember Park, let's see, you had a question on, slide 19. Yes, we can try to enhance the colors next time. That lightest blue color are the parcels that are directly abutting single-family homes, but we can work on making this more legible. And we can also, we'll go back and we'll discuss the question about the parcel elevation and potentially, this idea of starting the daylight plane at the elevation of the adjacent parcel. Yeah, we'll think about that some more and look at it in more detail. I think we talked about parking. In terms of the width of the median islands,
I believe the comment from Councilmember Park was regarding the width and potentially at the intersection of El Camino and Santa Tomas Expressway, as one is driving towards Sunnyvale, wanting to make the left onto Santa Tomas. Is there an opportunity to lengthen that left turn pocket? And then you'd have to modify the median to do that. So a couple key things is to note is that El Camino is obviously a state route. Santa Tomas is a county expressway. Any changes to their configuration would require their approval. We can certainly take that up with them in terms of the need for it. Typically, changing left turn pockets requires some level of traffic analysis in order to justify the change, which is, there's costs associated with it, and there's a median, you might be taking out trees as well. So we want to do something that really is will provide the value that I think you're speaking of. So we can certainly take that back and look at that. Thank you.
Sure. Just a request for clarification on the request to look at matching heights for the initial plane at the existing elevation. Is it the existing elevation of the existing parcel or the maximum height for the adjacent parcel, right? Because there may be some 1 stories, there may be some 2 stories or 3 stories. Is the request to the maximum height or where the current properties are right now?
Where the current property's ground plane is. Some of the adjacent properties actually drop a couple of feet on the other side of the property.
Okay, so that would vary, but we'll take a look.
Is that it for the questions? Is that it?
I think we covered all the questions, but if we missed anything.
I have a question. I know now the lights are popping up again. So we have, I don't know the purpose of having 2 specific plans. I don't understand what that is. And I know that it's our intention to try to encourage development redevelopment on the El Camino, whether it's retail or residential development. So what kind of outreach was done to the development community with these plans to say, hey, how realistic are these plans? Because I know it's easy to come here and say, make it the densest possible, but if that's not marketable for us in the next few years to encourage development, then what's the purpose of doing that? So do we have, with either of them, a realistic plan that we can actually get things redeveloped? And what kind of, discussions have taken place with the development community? That's what I'd like to know. Councilmember Hardy?
Listening to the members of the public and some of the comments, I'm remembering this new plan was saying 4,400 units, but we have density bonus because of the transit there, and if I remember right, that's 20%. And if something is low income, there's also another bonus. So to me, the plan that we're looking at, that would be the lowest amount, even adding because we have a bus line right along El Camino that could count, that could be 20% if I'm remembering right, that could put it up over 5,000 units. So when people are concerned about that, I think they have to recognize that that is the lowest amount that we would be planning for, that state law would allow for the density bonus and a possible low-income bonus depending on how a development came in. Thank you.
And I also want to say one of the comments I had or questions was about the Moonlight Shopping Center and the status of that development, because if that's going to be all housing, but beyond our control, that's taking out a big commercial node, and that would be a huge loss in our community, and so how would we make that up? So that's my comment on that. I didn't hear anything about that. Councilmember Jane, is your light on from before, or do you have more comments?
No, I wanted to get a little more clarification on the density bonus. I think Councilmember Hardy expressed a little bit of what I wanted to say, but, I think in our general plan, we have 3 different options to get density bonuses. One is like environmental, like LEED certification. One is being near transit, and then the other one is affordable. And I know we don't stack those, but you can get up to a certain amount for those density options in our general plan. But I know since that was adopted, state law has changed some of that. So I'm trying to understand where we are.
Okay, once you have those, then let me ask staff, this is just a study session? Yes. So we just don't take any action? Okay. We have to note and file? Okay. All right. Let's get Councilmember Park. Anybody else have comments or questions? Because after this, we're gonna move on to our next items. So put your lights on now if you have last comments. Councilmember Park, then Chahal.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at the plan, like I noticed that along San Tomas Expressway, we do have the change to corridor residential low on the north side. And again, when I think about San Tomas Expressway, I would think that that would be a place where we'd want more retail on that. I do know that the north side has very short lots. I mean, they're not very deep. I think maybe that's the reason, and I'm looking at the houses behind it, which are fairly close to the property line, so I'm thinking that's the reason for that. But at the same time, I don't know if there's a way, I mean, there's existing retail there right now. I don't know if there's a way, well, I mean, it's not very dense retail, to get, something bigger along that major expressway. I mean, we've got a bike lane, we've got the trail that's going right next to it. I think it would be a good place to have a retail place, an oasis, not just even for bikers, even for people going along the San Tomas Expressway. But it's just a comment. I would like to think about how we can get something there, taking into account it's right next to the expressway. I mean, everywhere where there's the expressway, but that place in particular. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad we are incorporated some of the objective design standards, which are very clear, and that gives us some control, local control over the state legislation. I'm glad about that. But I have some of the concerns are how we maintain some of our businesses on El Camino right now, because given what we have right now, I am afraid we might be losing some of those business sites. So if there is a way out to safeguard those business sites which are doing pretty good business currently on some of those sites, find a way out how we can maintain those. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. Are those more comments, or were they comments or questions, or? Was there any questions to answer? No? Okay. All right, so those are comments for next time. So next step, City Manager?
We will work to address your comments, but also work to bring this back to you as expeditiously as possible. It's important to have an adopted plan so that when projects come in, there is a framework that's established. I know that there was a lot of work that went into this and a desire to go back for additional revisions after the first time, but we certainly will bring this back to you as soon as possible.
And I'd like to get development community feedback as well for the next time as well. All right, may I have a motion? We do need to note and file. May I have a motion to note and file this?
So moved. Note and file.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Chahal to note and file this action. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. I'm going to move up 8, 9, and 10 before 7 because we have a big group back there. So we're going to start with item number 8, and I don't have a script, City Attorney. So action on award of contract for the Kiefer and Scott Receiving Station Rebuild and Replacement Project number 2453 and 2456 to DMZ Builders and related budget amendment. City Manager.
Sure, yes. Mayor, council, members of the public. These projects, as you know, have been many years in the making, and this is the first construction project.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Chahal, he has a statement to make.
I have a property within jurisdiction of the Scott Receiving Station, so I have to recuse on this item, so
I'm
I'll
sorry, I
leave the
didn't
dice.
see that. Thank
No,
you,
thank you.
Councilmember Chahal. So for the record, I'm sorry, City Manager, go ahead.
No worries. As you know, these projects are many years in the making. Important to note that this is the first construction project award associated with Silicon Valley Power's system expansion program. Also noteworthy is that the contract amount came in 3% below the engineer's estimate. I'll now turn the floor over to Nico Prokos, the acting director of SVP, to kick off our staff presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Nico Prokos, Acting Director for SVP. I'm very pleased to present the next item for your consideration, the award of the first capital improvement project associated with SVP's system expansion program to increase our electric load to 1,300 megawatts in the next 5 years or so. SVP has many A-teams, and tonight we're joined by one of those teams. This is the entire system expansion team, consisting of Principal Electric Utility Engineer Leonard Montilla, Senior Electric Utility Engineers Christian Patel and Hark Chung, as well as their leader, Electric Division Manager Ali Jackman. This group has been living, breathing all things system expansion, and this is a significant milestone as we embark on this important project. With that introduction, I am pleased to turn it over to Ali to walk us through the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and members of the public. My name is Ali Jackman. I'm the division manager overseeing system expansion for Silicon Valley Power. As Nico mentioned, we are a small but mighty team of individuals who are dedicated to improving system reliability and increased capacity for Silicon Valley Power. For tonight, we have on the calendar an action on the award of the contract for KRS and SRS to DMZ Builders. A little bit of background about the project here. We issued a combined public works project for both Kiefer and Scott receiving stations. You'll see on the right there, both properties are in close proximity, which made them a great candidate for issuing one public works contract to help us manage that during construction management. These projects are part of our capital improvement program and were identified in our 3-year system growth plan, which was also approved by Council in September of 2021. The purpose of these projects is to upgrade our transmission system, support anticipated system load growth, replace our end-of-life infrastructure, and maintain our system reliability. Going into the scope for both KRS and SRS, these projects are very similar in nature and size and located, as I mentioned, in close proximity. We're replacing the end-of-life infrastructure and increasing our capacity. KRS, which is shown in the bottom right there, was constructed in 1955, while SRS was constructed originally in 1975. So we are definitely in need of an upgrade here. Our projects consist of full rebuilds for both our 60 and 115 kV switch yards, including new control enclosures, larger transformers, circuit breakers, and disconnect switches. We're also relocating our transmission lines that are coming into the receiving stations from our remote end substations. It's important to note that the upgrade that we're proceeding with is increasing our capacity at both sites from just about 372 MVA to over 600 MVA. For our schedule considerations on this slide, we are planning to start construction in mid-2025. And in order to do that, we started our long lead procurement items back in 2023. We have been in front of council multiple times with all of these procurement items, including transformers, disconnect switches, and circuit breakers, among others. We plan to complete the projects on time. We're looking to complete the 115 kV yard in the third quarter of 2027. We'll complete 60 kV in 2028, and our final closeout in early 2029. So getting into our bid summary, we issued a request for bid back in February, with the bids coming in on May 1st, 2025. We received 2 bids. The first bid was from Neutron LLC. They were our apparent low bidder with a bid of $13,405,695. We immediately thought that that was a little odd, as our engineer's estimate was $121,200,000. On further evaluation after the bid opening, we determined that the contractor inadvertently left a 1 out of their procurement, our e-procurement system. Their bid was actually $113,405,695, and all of their backup documents supported that. This was 6% less than our engineer's estimate. We were happy to move forward. However, when Neutron emailed us and sent a letter on May 9th, they withdrew their bid from consideration. The reason that they stated for this was incorrected subcontractor was listed, and of course that in turn made the bid amount incorrect as well. So we moved on to DMZ Builders, who is now our lowest responsive bidder, who are looking for award today. Their bid came in at $117,688,674. This is 3% less than our engineer's estimate still. Also up for consideration tonight, in addition to our contract award, is a budget amendment for fiscal year 25-26. This accounts for additional program and project management services, construction management, testing and commissioning, as well as special testing and also additional equipment such as transformers. The increase that we're looking for is in the amount of $15 million, in other revenue, and that will be allocated to KRS in the amount of $6 million and SRS in the amount of $9 million. So with that, our recommended action is to award the Public Works contract for KRS and SRS to DMZ Builders in the amount of $117,688,674, authorize the city manager or designee to execute contracts in a final form approved by the city attorney, authorize the city manager or designee to take any actions necessary to implement and administer the contracts, including executing any and all documents in furtherance of the award, completion, and acceptance of these projects, and approval of any necessary change orders not to exceed 15%, or $17,653,301, for a total not to exceed amount of $135,341,975. Lastly, we are asking council to approve our fiscal year 25-26 budget amendment and the Electric Utility Capital Fund to increase other revenue in the amount of $15 million, as allocated to KRS in the amount of $6 million and SRS in $9 million. And it's important for us to note that that action requires 5 votes. With that, that concludes the staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Ally. Appreciate that. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you for the report. And I think it's pretty straightforward, and I think the sooner we get this online and help our residents and businesses grow, improve our AV, and once we issue the bonds, make sure that we can have more people paying for that. So I'm all for this, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Let's do that. $135 million is a lot of money. Can you talk about load development fee and who's actually paying the $135 million? Is it our residential customers? Is it commercial customers? Just for the public, maybe explain where the $135 million is going to come from. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks. I'd like to know a little bit about the vetting process when we only have one competitive bid out there. How do we know about DMZ? What do you guys do internally to make sure that they have fair businesses practice, competitive wages? I think that sums it up. It's just, if we only have one party to choose from, what are we doing as a city to ensure they're a quality provider, and have we worked with them before?
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I'll just make a comment that Neutron probably has one of my students that way back when in math class said, well, it was close enough, can't you give me full credit? And I tried to make very clear to my students how you have to get it right. So I would say, based on Councilmember Cox's comment, we did have 2 bids. And I feel more comfortable because we did have 2, even once they fixed that, even though they withdrew it, that tells me that, and it is so close to what our engineers were estimating. And the nice thing is, either we've gotten better pencils and we're estimating better, or because so many of the bids lately have been over what our engineers have said. So either we're doing a better job of estimating, or maybe things are really slowing down and evening out. Thank you.
I think there was a couple questions in there, so that's it.
I will take council member. I'm going to answer the questions I can first, and then we'll have finance come in for Councilmember Jane's question.
Thank you.
So for Cox, Vice Mayor Cox, internal bidding process. So we are subject to Public Works bidding, and we had to follow all the processes that the city contract requires. So when we do look and review at bids, we have to, of course, understand that they have their California license, the business license. They are registered with the appropriate licenses required, contractor licenses required for our work. And then they're also subject to prevailing wage. So all of the contracts do need to submit certified payroll, which ensures that they are paying their labor and staff the appropriate wages. And we have a system that we review all of those on a monthly basis as well. So there are checks and balances for that. We also have to have them submit through the Department of Industrial Relations for labor as well. So they go through a process there as well. And we have confirmed all of that is accurate and correct for DMC builders. They also did submit references, right? And so they have previous work that is of similar size and nature, as well as for their electrical subcontractor, which we were particularly interested in because they won't be self-performing that work. So we did receive all of that information for that specific subcontractor as well. And I think that is it for me. So I'll pass it over to Ken here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the question, Councilmember Jane. So I want to take a step back just in terms of how the project's funded. You may recall that earlier before the council was kind of a phase one of bond funding that was funding a lot of the equipment purchases, the transformers included in the KRS and NRS expansion. The bulk of this project, this construction bid, we are anticipating to issue a second issue of bonds later this fiscal year, early next year, to fund this project. Those bonds would be paid for by all ratepayers, both industrial, commercial, residential ratepayers over the life of the bonds would pay off that debt. With regards to the load development fee, that is a fee that's adopted through our municipal fee schedule in April. It's charged on any new development for purposes of adding capacity and a fee that a nexus study was done to charge that new development for excess capacity needed for the system. And so with regards to the $15 million budget amendment, that's additional revenue. These projects do enhance capacity for the system. They're from development projects that are anticipated to be paid this coming year, and there is a kind of a bank or reserve on load development fees for various capacity enhancing projects for the system. So that's a fee adopted through a municipal fee schedule charged based on additional capacity of new development.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go to, excuse me, I'm going to go to the public. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on this issue? Do we have any? We only have 8 people online. No one online? All right. So Council Member Jane.
Yes, I just wanted to, because I didn't get a full answer from Director Lee. So when you say the load development fee is for new development, would you say that's mostly data centers is paying for that? I mean, residential loads are not increasing that much.
I think it's applied to all development, including multifamily, residential, commercial, industrial, but by in large part, data centers are contributing to a lot of the load growth. And so typically with with those data centers, there's agreements that are Silicon Valley Power strikes with them in terms of either payment of load development growth and or building substations. For example, some of the data centers would have substations that are then dedicated to the utility. So it's a combination of both the fee and dedication of infrastructure for meeting that additional capacity. So it's all types of new development, but because data centers are the largest consumer of some of that electricity, they're paying the bulk of the fees.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. It's not residents that are mostly paying it, yeah.
All right, may I have a motion for the staff recommendation?
So moved.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez. Second by Councilmember Hardy. City Attorney, is it all right to just say staff recommendation with those 3 items that were read out earlier?
It is, Mayor. It was fully read out, and now it's up on the screen as well in
All
detail.
right. Very good. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. Thank you, and that is approved 6-0. Thank you very much. Albert, can you go get Raj? Tell him he can come back. I think he's all right for item 9. We're going to go on item number 9. All right, item number 9 is a public hearing. Action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 3800 Bassett Street in Santa Clara from the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. So I will declare the public hearing open and refer the matter to SVP staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, there's some unique aspects to this public hearing that will be presented by staff in their presentation, and I'll have a comment or two at the end of it. But at this point, I'd like to introduce Electric Division Manager Ali Jackman to lead the presentation.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members yet again. Ali Jackman, Division Manager overseeing system expansion for Silicon Valley Power. I am now in front of you on an action on a resolution of necessity making required findings to acquire certain real property interests at 3800 Bassett Street for the purposes of implementing Silicon Valley Power's 115 kV transmission line. Quick intro on the background of the project. The 115 kV project is constructing a new 115 kV overhead transmission line approximately 2.24 miles long from our northern receiving station to our Kiefer receiving station. This goes along Lafayette, Bassett, and Duane. The project is needed to accommodate all of our approved and under construction load growth and reliability. The intent is to transfer additional power from the new KISO 230 kV transmission line, the Ellis Powers line as we sometimes call it, that's coming in at NRS, and redistribute the loads through our system. It'll increase our system operating limit and system reliability. So with this line, we can get up to 1,300 megawatts. Without it, we're limited to our system operating limit of 819 megawatts. Our project is currently 60% completed. We have been in front of council several times before in regards to this project. We came back in March of 2024 with an informational item, and then again in October and November to bring our environmental and project approval, our project route approval. On the next slide, I'll go into more detail on that. And then back in February, we came again to request authority to execute any, these are property sale agreements for our easement acquisitions. We have multiple actions associated with these easement acquisitions, and we have 20 easements associated with this project. So looking at the project approval and alignment, on November 12th, we came to council with the mitigative negative declaration, which is our environmental document for the project, as well as the route approval. Council selected Route A based on the following constraints: overall feasibility, the least impact to residents and businesses, our ability to do power delivery, and our ability to meet our schedule. Route A requires easements from 20 parcels along the southern segment. So the southern segment is highlighted on the right there with the dashed line. Currently, we are in the easement acquisition process where several items have been completed, including sending a letter to the property owner that we will appraise the easement area. We completed a fair market value assessment. We sent an initial offer letter of just compensation to the property owner. We've been negotiating with the property owner for months now. Again, we obtained that city council authorization to execute the purchase and sale agreements, and we're continuing to negotiate with the property owner. Today, we are here because our negotiations have reached an impasse, and council may adopt a resolution of necessity to authorize commencement of the eminent domain process, which can take up to 24 months. Pending the final determination of the value, the city has the rights to obtain an order of possession, which can mean we can start work within 5 months' time. So the specific property that we're here today to talk about is 3800 Bassett Street. We have been in ongoing negotiations with the property owner for 7 months. We sent our initial offer letter back in November of 2024. The owner indicated that they were concerned about the operation of their business. They have a tenant on site who rents the property and the need for crane access, despite the fact that there's actually an existing 60 kV transmission line along their property frontage already. On February 14th, the owner provided us a rejection letter, and we continue to work with the owner on this. And actually, just yesterday, we did receive a potential offer to settle, and we're still evaluating that opportunity. We would, in fact, like to continue with this resolution of necessity hearing in the event that that does not pan out. So required steps are necessary in order to move forward with the resolution of necessity, including an offer made to the property owner of record based on the appraisal. We engage in good faith negotiations. If that impasse is reached, we can schedule a hearing of a resolution of necessity with a minimum 15-day notice to the property owner. And then we conduct the public hearing, which we're doing today, and consider all testimony presented, adopt a resolution of necessity, making all findings required. The important thing to note here at the bottom is that the RON hearing only establishes the matters set forth in the findings. The issue of any just compensation for the taking will be resolved by a jury or by settlement in the eminent domain action. It's not for discussion today. So moving into our resolution of necessity findings, I will have to read the bolded part for each of these to enter into the record, and then I'll try to summarize as best possible the findings and how we're meeting that. So the public interest and necessity require the project. So this 115 project is one of our key projects for increasing SVP's system capacity to approximately 1,300 megawatts. Without it, our capacity will be limited to 819 megawatts, which is not sufficient to meet SVP's current loads. The project is planned or located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. So our evaluation team, as you know, has come before council multiple times, and we came originally with 3 routes. We have analyzed those in details and shared our findings with the council, and ultimately selected a preferred alignment, Route A. We then came forward with additional information on potential undergrounding or overheading that line, and council selected a full overhead alignment for that. The reason for that was because that alignment has the least impact to our project schedule, the best feasibility. It also has the least impact to residents and businesses, the least amount of permitting constraints, and our flexibility and power delivery. Finding number 3, the easement area sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. So the easement at 3800 Bassett Street is necessary to achieve the needs of the project, as it's in the alignment of the overall selected route. The route is mostly built within the public right-of-way. However, we do need some area outside of the right-of-way in order to maintain our utility, as well as ensure that the proper electrical clearances are met. Finding 4, all environmental review required by law has been prepared and adopted. So back on November 12th, we brought the MND and MMRP to council for consideration, and it was adopted by resolution. Finding 5, the offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. So on November 13th, we did send that initial offer letter, and that appraisal was completed by a state licensed and certified appraiser. Notice of this hearing has been given in accordance with the Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1245.235. So on June 5th of this year, that's a typo there, apologies, 2025, a letter was mailed to the owner, including notification of the public hearing and consideration of a resolution of necessity for the hearing here today, and the request to be heard documentation was also included. So today, the recommended action is to consider all written and oral testimony presented at the public hearing. If satisfied that information presented supports the required findings, adopt the resolution of necessity for the property easement acquired at 3800 Bassett Street and make the required findings. Important note on this is that 5 affirmative votes are also required to approve the resolution of necessity, and that staff will continue to attempt to negotiate with the owner for the city's voluntary sale.
Thank you so much for that. So at this time, we will entertain questions from the council for the staff, and a reminder for the council, only questions at this point. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I just was curious if the owner answered back that they would be here or even possibly online, and because their reasoning didn't make sense to me. If I understand correctly, you said there is already an easement there. Their concern was getting cranes in and out, and there was already an easement, and they're already able to do that, if I'm understanding this correctly.
When we go to public testimony, I'll ask if the owner is available to speak, because I have extra minutes to speak, so we won't know until we go there. Anyone else? Okay, I don't have any other comments or questions from the council. At this time, we will move on to public testimony. Each member of the general public wishing to testify will have 2 minutes to speak. However, if you have ownership interest in the property that is the subject of this proceeding, 3800 Bassett Street, you will be provided 5 minutes to speak. So anyone here in the audience, in the council chambers? Seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, do we have anyone online, including the property owner, that would like to speak?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. So you don't have it on here, City Attorney. Do I close the public hearing?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if there were public testimony, there might be occasion for us to provide response to that, to clarify matters for the record, but since there was not, we're comfortable with the record as presented, both with written and oral testimony, and it would be timely to move to close the public hearing.
May I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Gonzalez to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. We will now move on to council deliberations and actions. 2 notes before we get into this from the city attorney. 1, am I supposed to read that, or?
I'll do it, Mayor, if you
didn't say that here in this thing, so, okay, go ahead.
If you'd like to, we could, I'll do 1 and you do 2, or
How about you do both?
I'll do them both. Trying to provide a place for myself in the script, Madam Mayor. Really points you've heard already, but I just wanted to emphasize, because this is a unique proceeding, what we don't do, very often. State law does require 5 votes to approve, this item, so we'll need 5 affirmative votes to proceed. And then, to be clear, and this point was made in the presentation as well, this hearing is for purposes of considering whether or not the council can make the required findings to proceed with eminent domain. We are not deciding tonight what the appropriate value of the property is. That will be determined either through negotiations, as we're optimistic may occur in this instance, or failing that through a trial with a jury determining the ultimate value. So just wanted to clarify what was before you tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So we're looking for a motion to approve staff recommendation to adopt a resolution of necessity, making the required findings to acquire certain real property interests on 3800 Bassett Street, Santa Clara. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve a resolution of necessity.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Hardy, a second from Councilmember Gonzalez, and I have Vice Mayor Cox. Your lights
I
on.
just had a clarifying question about this. I don't know if I'm being confused by, the multiple issues we've had brought up about the transmission lines today, but I think that you mentioned that potentially a settlement had come in regarding this. If we take action on this tonight, can you just procedurally speak to what would happen about the action taken in light of potential settlement?
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
I'm
Member
looking
Cox.
somebody else.
Yeah, Member Cox.
Okay.
Yes, notwithstanding any action you take tonight to authorize us to proceed with condemnation proceedings, staff will continue to negotiate with the property owner, and if we reach a voluntary agreement, we will take no further steps to proceed with eminent domain because it won't be necessary. We'll have reached a voluntary agreement, and the eminent domain proceedings won't be required.
Okay, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your votes. And that passes 6 with 1 no vote. Thank you very much. But stay here. Okay. Item number 10 is also a public hearing, action on resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 891 Laurelwood Road in Santa Clara from the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. I will declare the public hearing open and refer the matter to SVP staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Briefly, this will look familiar. Same project, obviously different property to afford full and proper due process to this particular property owner with respect to this particular property. We're going to go through this again with you, with clearly the star of the evening, Electric Division Manager Allie Jackman, again leading the presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome back, Allie.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's see, there we go. I have the slides here. So again, thank you for having me, Electric Division Manager overseeing system expansion, Allie Jackman. This next item I have in front of you is action on a resolution of necessity, making the required findings to acquire certain real property interests on 891 Laurelwood Road for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line. So again, to just briefly overview the project scope, we're constructing a 115 kV overhead transmission line from our northern receiving station to our Kiefer receiving station. This is along Lafayette, Bassett, and Duane for approximately 2.24 miles. This is needed to accommodate our load growth and maintain system reliability. Without the line, our system operating limit will be limited to 819 megawatts. With the line constructed, we can operate up to 1,300 megawatts. The current project progress is our 60% design is completed. As noted previously, we have been in front of council several times regarding this project, most recently for the authority to execute purchase and sale agreements in 2025, February, and prior to that, we had the project approval and route approval and our environmental docs in November of 2024, and I'll go into more detail on that on the next slide. So the project approval and alignment, again, from November 12th, 2024, the City Council approved our MND for the project and selected Route A for a completely overhead alignment for the following reasons. Overall feasibility, the least impact to residents and businesses, least permitting constraints, our ability to meet our schedule, flexibility in power delivery, ease of maintaining our system, and reduced construction disruption to the public as compared to the other alternatives that were brought to council previously. Route A does require easements, all focused within the southern segment of the alignment, which is shown on the image on the right in the dashed blue line. So currently in the easement acquisition process, we are quite a ways down. We sent our letter to the property owner indicating that we'll appraise the easement area. We completed our fair market value appraisal. We sent an initial offer letter to the property owner. We continue to negotiate with the property owner. This has been months now We obtained council authority, as I mentioned on the previous slide, to execute any purchase and sale agreements. And we are still, again, continuing to negotiate with the property owners. But when the negotiations reach an impasse, which for this particular parcel they have, council may adopt a resolution of necessity to authorize commencement of the eminent domain process, which can take up to 24 months. Pending the final determination of value, the city has the right to obtain an order of possession for the property and commence work within 5 months' time. The subject property is 891 Laurelwood Road. We have done over 7 months of negotiations with this property. Our initial offer was sent back in November of 2024. The landowner has rejected our offer and has not been receptive to further negotiations. The project timing and the implementation of this requires that we request the city to move forward with the eminent domain process. So there are required steps before we can move to the resolution of necessity that include the offer made to the property owner of record based on an appraisal. We engage in good faith negotiations. If that impasse is reached, we schedule a hearing on a resolution of necessity with a minimum of 15 days notice to the property owner. We conduct the public hearing, which we are again doing today. We consider all testimony presented. We adopt a resolution of necessity and make all required findings. Again, the RON hearing only establishes those matters set forth in the findings, and just compensation for the taking is resolved by a jury or by settlement in the eminent domain action at a later date. Again, the resolution and necessity findings, which I do need to read out loud to put into the record, are as follows. The public interest and necessity require the project. So yes, this 115 kV project transmission line is a key project associated with our overall system's capacity increase, and without it, we would be stuck with a system operating limit of 819 megawatts versus 1,300 megawatts. Without this project, we would not have the sufficient capacity to meet our current electric loads. The project is planned or located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Again, SVP had an evaluation team where we conducted a comprehensive analysis. We did potholing, ground penetrating radar surveys, and came to council with 3 potential routes. After that, we selected a preferred alignment. We came back after we analyzed that preferred alignment with an underground and overhead option. And the project route was selected overall based on its feasibility, its least impact to the residents and businesses, the least amount of permitting constraints, our ability to meet our schedule, flexibility and power delivery, ease of maintaining our system, and finally, the reduced construction disruption to the public. Finding 3, the easement area sought to be required is necessary for the project. The overhead easement at 891 Laurelwood is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project as it's within the alignment of the selected route. The easement area is adjacent to the right-of-way, and it's required for maintenance purposes and to ensure proper electrical conductor clearances are met. Finding 4, all environmental review required by law has been prepared and adopted, and that was back on November 12th. The M&D and MMRP were both adopted by City Council by resolution. Finding 5, the offer required by Section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. So on November 13th in 2024, the city made an offer to the owner of record to acquire the easement for the full value as determined by an independent state-certified appraiser. And finding 6, notice of this hearing has been given in accordance with the Code of Civil Procedures, Section 1245.235. So on June 5th this year, 2025, a letter was mailed to the owner, including notification of this public hearing, a consideration of the resolution of necessity for tonight, and the request to be heard documentation was also included. So with that, we bring us to our recommended action, which is to consider all written and oral testimony presented at the public hearing. If satisfied that the information presented supports the required findings, adopt the resolution of necessity in the form presented to acquire the easement of interest identified at 891 Laurelwood Road in Santa Clara, making the findings required, with the note that 5 affirmative votes are required to approve the resolution of necessity, and that staff will continue to negotiate with the property owners. That concludes staff presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you. So at this time, we will have questions from the council for the staff. Reminder, questions only at this point. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wonder if you could go back to the map, because when you showed the overall map, you showed the entire property. And I know in our packet, it showed the easement, and it looks like it's only along Bassett for 20 feet width. And I wanted to make certain that I was clear on that's what you were asking for.
That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So in the image on the right there, the easement width is 20 feet along 891 Laurelwood. Laurelwood is, our property for consideration right now is Laurelwood, so.
Does that answer your question?
If I'm understanding right, that the blue purplish line, that is along Bassett. The property, the address is 891 Laurelwood, but the easement that we're asking for is along Bassett, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy, for the clarification.
Okay, at this time, we will move on to the public testimony. Each member of the general public wishing to testify will have 2 minutes to speak. However, if you have ownership interest in the property that is subject to this proceeding, 891 Laurelwood Road, you will be provided up to 5 minutes to speak. So, anyone here in council chambers? Anyone online?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, so now I'll return to both SVP and legal staff. Is there anything you want to clarify or add to the record before we close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, just one note, if I might. My version, anyway, of the staff report, slide 9. Can we go to slide 9? I'm sorry, it's with finding number 6. Yeah, there's a typo there, Mayor, in this presentation. The notice of the public hearing was given to the property owner on June 5th, 2025, not on 2023. I think the presenter said it correctly, but wanted to make sure, for the record, that on that presentation, that's when the
All
notice
right,
was provided.
city clerk note for the
And then
record.
that's right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there anything else before I ask for a motion to close the public hearing? City Attorney? No? All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Anyone?
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of necessity, making the required findings to acquire certain real property interest at 891 Laurelwood Road. Before I ask for a motion, City Attorney, are there 2 things that you want to say?
No, I think we're clear on that. I don't need to repeat those things for you, Mayor.
sure?
Other than 5 votes and only deciding right to take in findings, not value.
Okay, very good. May I have a motion for the staff recommendation?
I'll make the motion for a resolution of necessity because we have the required findings.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy and second by Councilmember Gonzalez for the staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you very much, SVP staff, all of you, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney, for your assistance on this matter. All right, we're going to move back to item number... We're going to move back to item number 7. Thank you all. Action on approval of location and design of the Rainbow Crosswalk project. One of the, well, actually, the staff recommendation for the Rainbow Crosswalk project is at Monroe and Franklin Street, and my office is at the Franklin Mall, so I may benefit from this. So because of that, I am going to leave and recuse myself from this, and Vice Mayor Cox is going to come and take over for me during this presentation. Thank you.
Do you need anything from here?
Yeah, I need all of that. Thanks. And this.
Have fun. I'll try to make it long. Okay, item number 7, action on approval of location and design of the Rainbow Crosswalk project. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Vice Mayor Cox and Chair of our portion of the meeting and City Council. Important to remind you that in June of '24, during your annual budget process, the City Council appropriated $100,000 for the Rainbow Crosswalk project to install one Rainbow Crosswalk in the city of Santa Clara. Staff completed research with regard to where the Rainbow Crosswalk could be located, as well as the artwork, and coordinated with the city's Cultural Commission. During last year's City Council priority setting session, Director of Public Works Craig Mobeck provided the City Council with an update. Steve Chan, our Transportation Manager for the Public Works Department, is here tonight to provide you with a brief presentation, go through information about the project as well as potential locations, artwork options, and the staff recommendation, as well as next steps. I do want to note on this item, there's a Cultural Commission recommendation that differs from the staff recommendation. We certainly will present both of them to you here tonight. With that, Steve Chan.
Good evening, Councilmember Cox and council members in the chambers. Steve Chan, Transportation Manager. Background information. In addition to the background information already mentioned by City Manager, Rainbow Crosswalk have been installed in many cities. Rainbow Crosswalk is considered a form of art and does not regulate traffic. Hence, it cannot replace official crosswalk markings. Crosswalk location selection factor includes higher than average pedestrian activity, streets with less traffic and lower speed, mid-block and uncontrolled crosswalk location are ideal. 2 locations are recommended by staff. Location 1, Monroe Street at Franklin Street. Location 2, Warburton Avenue at City Hall to Triton Museum. An artwork will encompass the colors of the pride flag, and simplified artworks is proposed to facilitate maintenance. Artwork sample number 1. Rainbow crosswalk, rainbow pattern that is parallel to the pedestrian movement. Artwork sample 2, the rainbow stripes are perpendicular to the pedestrian path. Monroe and Franklin location with perpendicular rainbow pattern was recommended to the Cultural Commission. On January 6, the Cultural Commission selected a new location idea that for their first choice, which is the Southern Crosswalk at South Scott Boulevard and Anna Drive. Their second choice is Monroe Street and Franklin Street. The commission selected the artwork with rainbow stripe perpendicular to the pedestrian travel, which is also the staff's recommendation. This is the street view and aerial view of the Scott Boulevard and Anna Drive crosswalk location. Staff's recommendation to council tonight is the location at Monroe Street and Franklin Street. This location meets the location criteria mentioned before, supports local events and businesses, and has a simple overall design. With that, we have tonight, the recommendation presented before you is to approve the location of the rainbow crosswalk at the crosswalk at Monroe Street and Franklin Street, and approve the design of the rainbow crosswalk as a ladder-style crosswalk with individual rainbow color stripe that runs perpendicular to a pedestrian path of travel. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. Yeah, for council questions, we have Councilmember Jane.
Thank you for the presentation. Other cities, they have volunteers that paint their crosswalks and do artwork in the street. I know we're doing thermoplastic here. I think the cost was $35,000. Can you explain the different options? I know sometimes if you do regular paint, it's too slippery and you have traffic issues. Is that the reason for doing thermoplastic?
Staff did research the different type of implementation of rainbow color crosswalk. The color in the rainbow colors needed to create the rainbow color in a paint format. Staff did not find traffic approved colors. The typical traffic colors are red, green, blue, yellow, white, and maybe black, but we don't have purple. So that color is not available in specification suitable for pavement application. So staff looked towards thermoplastic, which we were able to identify manufacturer that make thermoplastics that meets application to pavement. And thermoplastic generally lasts longer, and the color is more vibrant. That's why the recommendation is go with thermoplastic for this project.
I think my question is, what do other cities do? It seems like they just have volunteers paint with regular paint.
Sure. Why don't I take that? In my experience, when volunteers paint, it's more of a artistic expression, typically limited or limited duration. When you have something like this that we want to be permanent, using thermoplastic for its durability, because it's applied at a high temperature, adheres, and just wears very slowly, is the best practice or gold standard, if you would. I am familiar with a number of community-led artist street paintings. Typically, those are installations and not meant for permanency. And when you do not use thermoplastic and you go with a regular stripe painting, there's just a lot of fading. And so there is a push in the industry to move to thermoplastic. It does cost more, but certainly for durability, it is a better product.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. My questions, the first one is, I did not see any reasoning that the Cultural Commission gave for wanting to have it in a different place. I don't see any cultural commissions here, but I was wondering why they suggested someplace different than what staff had suggested. When you talked about the crosswalk, I wanted to understand it's an uncontrolled crosswalk, meaning there's no light there. I wanted to make certain I was clear that it would still be considered a crosswalk for people to safely cross pedestrian-wise. But I also, when you mentioned the thermoplastic, because sometimes that can be slippery if it's not handled correctly with just a little bit of moisture, and I was worried about a safety issue for people using that, and I wondered if you could just speak to that. Thank you.
In regards to the Cultural Commission selection of the Scott and Anna Drive crosswalk, I think have notes for that meeting that they prefer the increased visibility because of the higher volume of traffic crossing that particular crosswalk. I think that's why the Cultural Commission selected that location as their first choice. In regards to thermoplastic application being slippery, per the Caltrans specification, the thermoplastic have a friction bead applied on top of them, so they do not slide installed properly. And regards to uncontrolled crosswalk, these are crosswalk locations that are already existing. The intent of the rainbow crosswalk is to add additional visibility for pedestrian crossing those locations. That's why staff have recommended that as a location criteria.
Councilmember Park?
Yes. So I'm looking at the statement that rainbow crosswalks are not regulatory but considered a form of artwork and cannot replace crosswalk marking. And I don't know if the white square, I don't know what makes the rainbow crosswalk conform to a regulatory approved crosswalk. I thought maybe there would be something on the side, but if it's considered a form of artwork, then how do we make that conform? I mean, how do other cities get around that?
So as an example shown in this particular slide, so the border white 12-inch line, that is the official crosswalk marking per the MUTCD, Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Device. So this makes it a legal crosswalk or official crosswalk. The coloring, the rainbow coloring, filling in within the crosswalk border, that's considered art form.
Okay. And in addition to that, I mean, it sounds like if we're not looking for durability, then Councilmember Jane's suggestion that volunteers could, mark with regular paint different crosswalks, is that something that we could do for special events for limited, duration? I mean, it seems like it would be a great way to celebrate something, even if it's short term, if we could do something like that.
See, the city manager can respond to that.
Yes.
I just want to note that there's a number of things that we can do to promote street art, and I do know that that's even being talked about as we think of community events going forward into next year. And so certainly we can look into street art. I think this item was intended to be a permanent rainbow crosswalk, which is why you have the recommendation before you.
Yeah, I mean, to clarify, I'm not asking about this. I'm kind of just asking in general for maybe something future. We're not going to vote on temporary crosswalks or things like that now. I just wanted to get that question, and thank you.
Is that it? Seeing no questions, I noticed that we are essentially voting between the Cultural Commission and staff's recommendation here, and it looks like Warburton Avenue is taken off of consideration. So before we make a choice, did the public, you said you did research, was there any feedback as to what the public would want to, help inform our choice?
The research that staff did was technical research in regards to the legality of rainbow crosswalk. Is it an art form? Is it a regulatory traffic control device? And the material use, as I mentioned, the color available to use for rainbow crosswalk. That's the research that staff conducted. There was no public input process involved in this research.
City manager, did you want to add to that?
Councilmember Cox, just want to clarify. You mentioned that Warburton was taken off of consideration. Council can still decide if they think that's a viable option. So you have all the alternatives before you. And certainly there was a public meeting, the Cultural Commission, but Mr. Chan is correct. This process was directed by council, and there was research into what other cities do and certain conditions of how to apply, but there was not a all-out community request for locations.
Right, seeing no more council questions, I'll go to the members of the public, and I see that we have Linda online. What do I do?
It was me. Sorry about that. I like the Franklin one because that is where the Saturday farmers market is. and people would actually see it a lot right there. My concern would be that that place is exactly where there are a lot of times trucks blocking off so that people don't drive through and kill people. So I would want to make sure that the trucks are moved back a little bit or having just barriers of some other kind up so that people see the rainbow, but they don't have trucks on it. And if you decide to have trucks on it, then I would wonder whether the beads that you said that make it not slippery would survive that. That's all.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else from the public? No?
I'd like to make a motion.
That's great.
I believe that there are actually 3 motions. One is the CEQA determination, which is not up here. Is that true?
Correct. That's not on the presentation, but is included as part of the action for this item.
So I'm moving approval of alternatives in our packet, 1, 2, and 4. One is exempt from CEQA. The second is approve the location at Monroe, and the third is the latter style. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember James, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. Please register your vote. And that passes 6 with 1 abstention. Thank you. Moving on, I'm moving out.
All right, last item on the agenda. Change of scenery, city attorney? All right, very good. Action on a recommendation from the Governance and Ethics Committee to adopt new council policy 055, providing for a consolidated set of council meeting procedures and protocols for use by the city council and other city boards, commissions, and committees. City attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You read that in nicely. I won't repeat that. I will say, though, that I did ask Ally Jackman to present on this item, and she respectfully declined. So here I am tonight to present this item.
Let's hope you're as succinct as she was.
Yeah, she was good. Mayor, while I've been substantially involved in this project lately, there is a history that predates me, and I'm going to talk about the background a little bit here. Back in August of 2021, at a council priority setting meeting, council approved at the time a 6-month pilot program, I'm informed, for some basic meeting management protocols. It was really a pretty simple order of business, concept, with the idea that that would be revisited at the 2022 council priority session. For various reasons, I think related to post-COVID, amongst other things, that session was never held. There was a formal resolution prepared but not adopted. Although seeing that resolution, that proposed order of business really has been mostly followed, ever since. But there really weren't elaborate terms and provisions in that. As part of its work plan, the concept of meeting management procedures and revisiting those was brought up with and presented to the Governance and Ethics Committee in December of 2023. At that time, there was input provided on a variety of different options and different things considered, including, at my suggestion, with support from the city manager's office, consideration of converting from the more complicated, as I argued then, a little more dated Robert's Rules of Order to more simplified, really, I thought, and a lot of jurisdictions think, more suitable for smaller legislative bodies, Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And this was a new concept to a lot of you, and so additional information was requested on really what was involved, with that, what really was Rosenberg's. That information was brought back to governance again on July 2nd, where staff presented options for, again, different meeting management procedures, and options included, with more detail, the idea of a transition from parliamentary rules based on Robert's Rules of Order to rules based on Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And additional information was presented on Roberts versus Rosenberg's, and really a discussion of what procedures were being used, at that time by the council. While Roberts was the foundation for it, there was a lot of the particular policies that weren't consistent with Roberts. There were patterns and practices that weren't, consistent with Roberts. And we talked about the difference between Roberts and Rosenberg's, and really what the conclusion was, at least my conclusion and what was presented is, at its core, they are substantially similar policies and procedures. With the difference being, Roberts looks like this, with a whole host of rules and regulations that don't particularly apply, and some of them are kind of traps for the unwary if you're not really deep into it, and that Rosenberg's, which was attached then, is attached also to these materials, was more straightforward, more user-friendly, and really much better and more adaptable to a legislative body like this one. So after hearing all of that information, the committee directed staff to come back with a policy based on Rosenberg's without specific time or speaker limits, because that was discussed at that time, and including presiding officer flexibility in managing and in trailing public presentations. On October 4th, 2024, we did come back to the governance committee and presented a fully drafted policy consistent with the committee direction. There was, again, as there always is at governance, a robust discussion of various issues in and around the proposal, including discussions of time limits, soft, hard, other things. And ultimately, there was direction to recommend that the policy be presented to the City Council for consideration in substantially the form presented. That was some time ago. I will admit it took some time for us to get here. That's partly on me for press of other business. There was also some calendaring challenges, but here we are. And during that time, one thing I was able to do is review in even greater detail and circulate the proposed policy both amongst my group. City clerk had an opportunity to look at it and provide comments. I had an opportunity to meet with the mayor as the presiding officer to get her input, since as with Roberts, as with Rosenberg's, and as with this policy, the presiding officer has a substantial and important role, in guiding, how meetings are conducted. So all of that input kind of went into this revised policy, and you have now before you a clean version and a underlined strikeout version that shows changes, really mostly wording changes with a couple of things I'll highlight for you from that policy that governance looked at, and asked to be brought forward here back in October. So, key provisions. Transition to Rosenberg's. In general, the council policy provides for a transition from the city from parliamentary rules based on Roberts, this big volume, to a system based on Rosenberg's rules of order and really other existing city patterns and practices. The relationship to other laws is made express in this policy. It refers to, but this is a really important point, it really stands alone from Rosenberg's. It is a bespoke process that's based on a lot of the simple approaches to Rosenberg's, but is your process. It's your own process with appropriate referrals and incorporation by reference of other existing policies that you have that we'll talk about that relate to how you manage your meetings. Of course, it is also expressly subject to the charter and what the charter says about your meeting processes and to the Brown Act, which has, of course, state law, provisions that require you conduct your meetings in a certain way, particularly as it relates to input from the public. Another thing that's a key element of this, and I think this had been the pattern in practice, but it wasn't clear or expressed, this is proposed to clearly apply to other city boards, commissions, and committees. Those other city boards, commissions, and committees may have unique rules that they have to follow, and they could make supplemental rules, that are consistent with what these rules are. But if they do anything that's not legally required and that's different, that would have to come back to you for your approval. So I think it's valuable in that it makes very clear that there is going to be consistency in how meetings are managed whenever possible amongst all the various city boards and commissions. If city boards or commission people end up coming up, to the city council through an election process, it'll be recognizable here because they'll have been using those same procedures at their level. At the core, again, mayor is the presiding officer. This is consistent with the city's charter. It's consistent with Rosenberg's. It's consistent with Roberts. And that concept is maintained here with the central role of the presiding officer in managing the meetings in accordance with the applicable rules. As is the case with Roberts, as is the case with Rosenberg's and the Amar practices here, there are appeals of points of order that are possible, and a majority of the members present and voting reserve the right to overrule the presiding officer. However, the policy provides, and as is the best practice, that the presiding officer deserves deference in those matters as the presiding officer. There's a provision in this policy for the order of consideration of agendized items. You will recognize it. It's what you do now. I won't go over it in great detail, but it's the mayor introducing the item, a staff presentation, question and answer, period, deliberations and action, very recognizable and really identical to what you do now. There are also, again, very express rules for public comment for agendized and non-agendized items. They're detailed here. Comments are supposed to be, when the public speaks to you, directed to the council as a body and no individual person. The public testimony limits consistent with policy 029, which I did not propose to change, something that you could consider going forward, but it's really just referred to and incorporated here. So it's all in one place. 3 minutes for non-agendized items and 2 minutes for agendized items. Only one opportunity to speak for a presenter unless there's unique circumstances. A public hearing may require that, or the presiding officer may find some other reason. There's prohibitions on the public disruptive or unruly behavior. And there are special rules for public presentations, including Brown Act compliant limits on council action. In other words, if someone speaks to you about an item that's not on your agenda, you can't take action on that. That's now made explicit in these rules, so you don't have to rely on me to advise. It's all there, all in one place. And there's an explicit provision, which the governance committee asked for the mayor in her discretion to bifurcate public presentations with a second round at the end of the meeting. This has come up, not lately, but from time to time. If there's a horde of people in here with a lot of passion about a particular matter and they're presenting, to you, there's, the mayor now has a specific discretion to say, look, we've got other business we need to get through. Then we're going to have a certain amount of presentations now, and the rest of it will be trailed towards the end. So that's now specifically provided for in these policies. There's also, and this was a matter that the mayor provided input on, and I think it's good to make it more clear, a specific rule proposed for seating time. It was really done kind of more on a transactional, basis for there, with the mayor doing a nice job of kind of managing that. But the concept here is, for public presentations, you'd have a total of 4, speakers, the primary speaker plus 3 additional to give up to 12 minutes of testimony, and for agendized item, 8 minutes for seating time. So it's not an unlimited amount of time. There's a formula for it. It can still be people who are online. You don't have to be present, but it's counted and managed, in accordance now with a formula. There's also clearly kind of consolidated provisions for how council deliberates. There's provisions for additional questions and commencement of deliberations without a motion and a second. Fact of the matter is, Roberts actually requires a motion and second for you to talk about the matter before you. Rosenberg actually requires that too. That's not been your practice. It's not the practice actually where I am, where I was before, in Chula Vista. And I think there's actually a reason for that. And this was discussed at governance. It's not always obvious. On simple matters, it can be obvious, right? You hear the presentation and there's a motion and there's a second, and that can still happen. But on complicated matters where the deliberations might be necessary before it's obvious what the appropriate motion and second might be, you might need to discuss, things first. And having a motion that ends up not being the ultimate motion and might not make sense after some discussions can be not helpful and not conducive to deliberations. So this clearly allows, for that. There's a process for taking turns in the deliberations. There's some provisions that talk about the discussions needing to be limited to the item under consideration, only the matter at hand, prohibition on personal attacks, avoidance of repetition and interruptions, and other kind of standard rules that you'll recognize, but again, are all now drafted and are all in one place for the presiding officer to administer. There's also now clear terms and conditions all in one place, not in 40 pages, but in about 1 page for what your main motions are and secondary motions. And this was where in drafting this, I borrowed a lot from Rosenberg. So I think Rosenberg has a good idea of saying, look, here are the main things you're going to do. Here are some secondary things you're going to consider. Here's how the votes usually work on these things. A lot of this is really taken from Rosenberg's. Again, procedures for both main motions and so-called secondary motions. Helpfully, I think, unlike Roberts, and I don't think we've been following, this, and again, for good reason, the maker who makes a motion, who upon discussions and consideration doesn't want to make that motion any longer, can withdraw that motion, whether it's been seconded or not. Roberts actually requires a vote on a motion that's been seconded, regardless of what everybody does. So there's a provision that allows a withdrawal, which is more convenient. There's no formal limits on the number of times anyone speaks or time limits, at this time. The mayor is supposed to preside with equal treatment. There's express provisions for friendly amendments. That's also something that doesn't exist under Roberts, but is a very useful, I think, as you all agree, tool for you all to have. Rosenberg contemplates that, and it's included in here. There's a clear distinction now between what constitutes an amended and a substitute motion. There's a simplified process for managing multiple motions. With Rosenberg's, a maximum of 3 motions can be pending at any one time. Roberts actually allowed up to 13, not that you would ever get there, but that would be madness. Even 3 is challenging. It refers to the process for reconsideration of items. You already have a policy on that. It probably deserves some revisiting eventually, but you already have a policy for that. So you don't need Rosenberg's, you don't need Roberts. You should refer to your own policy, and it does that. And then it explains how the secondary motions, personal privilege, and other things work. Another thing, based on conversations with the mayor that was included, in this was a provision for the presiding officer to adjourn the meeting on their own initiative with consensus from the council. It's not something that you have to do, but I've actually not seen that process very often in other jurisdictions, not in my jurisdiction or other I've observed. Usually the adjourning of a meeting is done by the presiding officer. If there's a reason that things need to continue, a motion can be made to continue them, but usually it's a simple adjournment by the presiding officer, either in someone's memory or simply to the next meeting that's on your agenda. Council action. There's also some clear provisions for how council actions are taken. You have a process now which is really great for the city clerk to state the motion, right? They can do that either by putting it up the board here. It can be referred to as in a staff recommendation slide. If it's kind of a motion that's a minutes motion and on the fly, it can be restated orally by the city clerk. This now provides for that expressly in the policies and procedures. As is your standard process, 4 affirmative votes are required unless other laws apply. You saw that tonight with resolution of necessity and with amendments to the budget. In that case, 5 votes applies, but the standard is that 4 affirmative votes are necessary. Motions with less than the required votes fail, and approved votes are subject to reconsideration under Council Policy 042. A lot of these things, when issues come up, you ask me about. I'm trying to put myself out of business and having all of this at all of your fingertips as much as possible so everyone's including the public, is on the same playing field. Standards for decorum are included that are consistent with, but also boil down some basic concepts within your behavioral standards. Those are also referenced and incorporated into this policy. And there's provisions for enforcement of rules and appeals. Again, the presiding officer has primary responsibility and receives deference. I'm available not to make determinations, but to provide input and advice if there's some lack of clarity on what the rules might mean in a particular circumstance. And there will be, right? Not every circumstance is dealt with in these rules, and not all of them are dealt with in Roberts either. Sometimes there's stuff that's just in between that needs to be sorted out. I'm there to provide advice on that. Ultimately, a majority of you would decide. And there's also references to other relevant city council policies. Again, to have at least, if not all of the rules in one place, as many of the rules as possible in one place, and reference to the other relevant rules that govern what the procedures will be. There are still some things that could be discussed, and included in this. One that I thought of, honestly, shortly after this was finalized and put on your agenda, is a provision that makes clear the difference between a recusal and an abstention, and how different votes count for a quorum or impacting, what the vote is. You're all aware of a recusal conflict for a conflict of interest, right? If you've got a property that's adjacent to the decision, you've got to recuse yourself and you leave. You're then, in effect, not participating in that vote. But with respect to abstentions, when someone might decide not to participate, charter cities have discretion on the rules for what governs there. Our current practice and our best practice, but not memorialized anywhere, is that you're supposed to participate when you can, but there's no obligation to participate. You're generally supposed to state the reason for your exemption, but there's no obligation for you to state your reason for the exemption. But if you're not legally obligated to recuse, your seat counts for the quorum, but the abstention is treated as a non-vote. There's about 12 different permutations and scenarios I could run through for you on how this works. Actually, they're in Rosenberg's, to see how it might work. They don't recommend a particular approach, but they run some scenarios. I would recommend we include something like this in this policy so that, again, it's all in one place. And so I'm putting myself out of business. Any formal time guidelines limits for council comments is something that was very intensely debated at that governance committee, and is still potentially a live subject if this group decides to go there. There's examples of other jurisdictions that do it. There's pros and cons to this approach that I imagine you'll talk about if you consider that. Ultimately, the governance committee thought on balance it was not helpful to have time limits, and they didn't want to discourage debate, and so the policy presented before you doesn't have those, but it's certainly a possible discussion point. And then there's all other policies that to be incorporated or added. For example, this just refers to rules for public hearings, but doesn't include them all in one place. We're working on with governance, and eventually I'll get to them with a proposal for this, for rules regarding ex-parte communications, right, when they're required, or the disclosure of that, when it's required and when it's not. That should probably be, if not its own policy, a provision that's added to this one, again, with the idea of getting all the rules in one place. And then there's some certain things that can be improved that the clerk and the city manager's office and I think the mayor from time to time we talk about of improving the agenda headings or the order or things like that. Those are other things that could be taken up, but again, this policy doesn't get at that. So, in summary, this is not anything that's dramatically out of line with what you're doing already. And it's not intended to be. Really, I think the value in it is it takes a lot of different disparate things, right, that are in different places or buried in Roberts, right, and puts them all in one place in a fairly coherent, I tried to make it user-friendly, policy so that everyone's got it. We're all looking at the same thing. Doesn't change dramatically what you're doing, but hopefully it'll be a helpful tool, for you going forward. So, the recommendation from the governance committee and from staff, I think supported by CMO with the concept of best practices and good governance being built into something, is that the council consider adopting this new Council Policy 055 entitled Council Meeting Procedures and Protocols in substantially the form presented with such changes as you might approve or direct. If you do proceed, we'll need to come back with actually an amendment to the municipal code, because there's a municipal code section that refers to Roberts that would need to be revised to refer to this policy or any subsequent policy to that. Other things that we would do to make sure that this is properly circulated and distributed and presented to the other boards and commissions too, so that they know, hey, there's these new rules now in order for you to manage, your business. So appreciate your patience in going through that. I know it's a matter of some interest to all of you, Madam Mayor, and I turn it back over to you for questions and any action you might consider.
All right, thank you. We'll start with the questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Yes, as I was reading through this, I wanted to make certain I was really clear and was listening for the answers. If this passed, how would the city commissions and committees learn the differences? Would we be training them? How would we do that? I will say, especially on the adjourning, that the only place I've seen that we've officially had a vote on adjourning is here, that for committees and commissions, it is the chair that adjourns the meeting. So some of these things are already past practices. I wasn't really clear about the abstaining, where we need 4 votes or 3. If someone abstains, I wasn't clear if that meant we had a smaller, instead of 7 people, we had 6 and we had to count a certain number. My understanding is legally we had to have 4 votes to pass something. So I wanted to make certain I understood the difference in the abstaining, because it wasn't real clear no matter how many times I read it. Because council is the only one that adjourns in someone's name and reads obviously some memorial of theirs, and then we voted on that. I'm just wondering, would that change in some way if we just adjourned, if the mayor just adjourned? And I wanted to make certain I understood the substitute motion difference. I did read that, you could only have up to 3, but what we've done in the past under Robert's rules is you vote whether to accept the substitute motion, and then you vote on the motion. And it looked like it would change that to just 1 vote, and you would take them in a certain order. And I wanted to make certain I understood that substitute motion. And I know 3 of you have worked really hard on this, so I apologize that even reading through your notes and listening very carefully and reading this, it was nice that Rosenberg's is only, 10 pages long as opposed to a tome. And I have seen sometimes in meetings in different places where Robert's rules can be, an obscure rule can be used to almost beat somebody over the head with it and cause problems. So I like the idea of making it simpler, because the idea is just to have productive meetings where we can discuss issues without getting to some type of behavior that I've seen in other countries. We want to have decorum. So I appreciate that if those questions were clear enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, as you mentioned, the clumping of questions was a pilot for 6 months, and we did have debate about that in governance and ethics. I think, an example of what happened tonight was that I was asking a question about density bonuses, and the answer that I got from staff was not complete, or in my opinion, and so I wanted to ask a follow-up question. My experience on other boards is that when your staff is asking questions, you have a dialogue with the person who originally asked the question, the council member or the board member, and you can get your question answered completely before you move on to an answer to another question. So I really like the idea of split public presentations. At VTA, we allow at most 30 minutes for public presentations, and we agendize 2 times for public presentations, one at the beginning of the meeting and one at the end. So if you go above 30 minutes, then all the questions get pushed to the end, and that way you can stay on track. Other councils have time certain for when items are considered, and that makes it much more convenient for the public. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, City Ronnie. I have a question. One question is regarding the seeding of the time. Like what we have is 8 and 6, 12 minutes, right? So the person who is seeding the time, he has to be physically present in the building or online. What if somebody is away and doesn't have access to internet, and he sends an email in advance to the city clerk? How do we incorporate that? Yeah, that's my question. And my second question is on the red line version. On the page 1, line 3, we had a meeting that these council meeting procedures and protocols are designed to guide and facilitate the conduct of city council meetings in an open, fair, and effective manner. We struck down the open and replaced it with collegial. So I think we should have kept the open, that's also a goal, and added collegial if we want to, basically. So that's my second one. And I have some comments about the questioning part of it. I don't think that's a question to you. I'll bring back when we talk about how we conduct the question session. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, and I think that what the chair just said is one of the problems that I have, which is we've been admonished several times to say questions only. And I think that robust discussion, as we tantalize at the beginning of every meeting, needs comments, needs some, in some cases, some exposition, maybe some explanation, and that's not always questions. I feel that trying to limit everything to just questions and having rounds is kind of a fool's errand, because now I may have a lot of questions about a complex topic, and if I'm only given 1 or 2 rounds of questions, I have to second guess every answer I could get so that I can say, if your answer is 1, then I have this follow-up question. If your answer is 2, then I have this follow-up question. In many cases, it's not easy to discern or to come up with a follow-up question if I don't know the answer to the first question, which could be very easy. These are the kinds of things which actually reduce robust discussion. I think that the robust discussion is the purpose. In fact, a lot of people in the public don't have questions. Oftentimes the public comes in to make a comment, and I think that to try to remove this capability from the council, from the board, is not conducive to, again, robust discussion. I have read this several times. I'm reading it again because I remember thinking about some of the questions that I heard here, which is, if we have a recusal, if we have, what's the number needed? The number that's shown on the document, on the 055 document, is often 2/3. And 2/3 with this number, if we round up or if we have to exceed the 2/3 mark, is 5 votes required, I believe. And this is for things such as even amending a motion. I believe that's true. I mean, there are several actions which talk about motions, replacements, things like that, which require 5 votes. The interesting thing is, I was just noticing, it's in the original text as well, so I don't know that that's been added, but it's something that we should take a look at. I also have concerns about, well, what happens if the process from Rosenberg's and the process for Roberts are not in alignment? The short answer is you take the other one, but, I mean, you take the one that we've adopted, but there could be some discussion there. I see a point about a point of personal privilege, but there is another point of privilege, which is a point of general privilege, which I don't see here. Don't know that's in Rosenberg's. Again, I haven't looked at it completely, but they're slightly different purposes. Again, when I think about a point of general privilege, I think about, well, this is what the must be like when you're in Britain and you have the stay calm and carry on. The plane is on fire, but not to worry, it will soon be put out by the Atlantic Ocean type of comment. So, I mean, as was done in August of 2021, in a meeting where I was not here, because I would have fought it, I feel maybe we should consider an approval of a 6-month pilot program for the basic meeting management protocols to be revisited, but I mean, go through the process of having a meeting or 2, or every meeting follow Rosenberg's, and not make the complete determination here, but authorize a pilot program. I think that might be a good thing, because I could think of some complex topics that I don't know are handled under Rosenberg's. And maybe we don't ever want to consider those complex topics, but I'd like to be able to go through I'd like to be able to use the rules that we are going to adopt prior to simply adopting them. I also understand that this is the council policy manual, but I think for the purposes of general adoption, it's funny to see mayor as the common name for chair, which seems backwards. I think the chair should be chair, and the note should be that the mayor is seen as the presiding officer in the council meetings. I mean, we make a lot of fuss in the beginning to define who the chair and the vice chair should be, but I feel that if we just kept the terms consistent and noted who the chair and vice chair are, that would be much better than putting in specific terms. Every instance the word chair should appear. And those are my comments.
Vice Mayor Cox?
the two different rules here. I think that I would respectfully disagree in terms of, long deliberation or comment time. We do not have a time limit on when we get out of here, and so notoriously, we can go well past midnight. I think that if we're doing this for the benefit of the public, there needs to be opportunity for the public to participate. I think that it's very taxing on staff. And if we're not willing to have kind of an end time, I think it's really important that we all self-regulate and say, is this about our ego and grandstanding? Are we really here to have robust discussion? And I don't see that the quality of our conversation often is even pertinent to what we're talking about, but can fragment into a lot of strange ways. And so when I look at these, recommendations coming forward, I think some of the key things to address are still pretty weakly identified when it talks about even enforceability of civility standards. There's some guidelines for it, but it still relies entirely on the mayor's discretion, and oftentimes I've seen that that's kind of overlooked. And I'm not making a judgment call on that, but we have not put any practice in place that will call that back. When I think about my responsibility in my questioning, I've really tried not to go into long-standing discussions because we're here to ask the questions that would posit or frame our position. And I think we have responsibility for, as it was recommended, smart brevity right now. So I don't want to be here till 2 a.m. I don't want to have questions circulating that have very little to do with the action at hand. And I think that this still misses some of those marks that would allow us to have more public participation, greater guardrails on civility, reasonable time expectations, and a formalized process that allows for us to go forward. I think that we've been fortunate in the last 6 months since I've been here. It's been quite civil, but we may be entering into a season where the lawsuits are prevalent, where the Super Bowl causes, chaos again, and something like this could really set us up for success if done well.
So thank you, City Attorney, and thank you for meeting with me to go over the proposed meeting protocols. I'm fine with the meeting protocols as they've been presented. I don't see a whole lot of difference between Rosenberg and the others, but what I want to put forward is that I think as many agencies have done, including many of our surrounding cities and our school district as well, is that they limit the time of discussion for the members of the council or the board. And it does a couple of things. What I've noticed, especially, I'm going to say in the last year or so, maybe even longer, is that we have very little public participation because we are now notorious for having meetings that go on and on and on that become mind-numbing for our public well into the night or the early morning when many people work and they're not up watching us or wanting to participate. The only time I see public participation is during our special orders of business, and then everybody leaves after that. And I've never experienced that before. We usually have members of the public that are either online. I'm looking, we have 6 right now, of which 4 are members of the public and 2 are staff that are hanging in with us at this hour of the evening. And it's usually the same people. So thank you all for being on, all 4 of you. But I think that we have to do something to better serve the public. And instead of, I understand that people have questions. And when we changed the procedure where everybody asked questions first, it was to avoid the question from council, answer from staff, follow-up question, answer, follow-up question, and each individual council member doing that. it became it became too onerous for staff, and it just took up so much time. I'm hoping that people read their packets, they ask the questions ahead of time, that maybe, you know, when you get into the weeds of things, maybe some of the more technical things that maybe it doesn't necessarily spend, you know, an hour or 2 hours, that doesn't help our public to be engaged when we get into these minute little discussions that go on for hours. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. There's nobody here. There wasn't anybody here last Tuesday or the Tuesday before or the Tuesday before that. So what are we doing wrong? What I'm hearing out there is that we talk too much. We talk too long. We don't get to the point. And so I think when you talk about pilot programs, I think we should look at a reasonable pilot program, maybe not on the questions, but on our deliberations. Because if you have 2 or 3 minutes to make your point, you can make your point. You just need to have your thoughts organized and be willing to do that. And I think that's how we're going to better serve the public. I am not interested in cutting off public participation or timing the public. I'm encouraging the public to come down here. I don't want to time them or God forbid, put them at the end of our meetings. You know, here, come back at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning for a public presentation. I think we have to relook at how we're operating and put some limits on ourselves. And we should try it. I think the school district is, maybe Albert can help me out, is it 3 minutes, 2 minutes of discussion? We can set whatever time limit we have, but if we set it, I think that we should really try to be productive, succinct, organized, and think about our roles as serving the public, not them serving us, listening to us all day and all night until the wee hours of the morning. And then, and really only then, do I see I will see a change for the better for our meeting management. Other than that, you know, this is nice. It's nice. It's a good job. It's nice. But without the time considerations, we may be going a step forward, or we may be taking 5 steps backward, depending on the other changes that may be made. So I'm hoping the council would consider at least a pilot program for time considerations for us, including myself. Councilmember Jane.
Santa Clara has a $1.6 billion budget. We are a very complicated city. We have to deal with FIFA and Super Bowl. Sunnyvale does not. We have to deal with resolutions of necessity for Silicon Valley Power. Sunnyvale does not. And if you look at the agenda for today, a lot of it was Silicon Valley Power stuff. So, and you know, unless it's a power line through someone's backyard, the public is probably not very interested in that. But I think my point is that the meetings that have gone really long was when we had a lot of public participation. And the other meetings, you know, I've always advocated for having more council meetings, not having just 2 a month, because we're a very complicated city. And it's very hard to get through all the agenda items when you have a convention center, NFL stadium, you have a, you know, $700 million electric utility where you're buying $135 million worth of, you know, construction. It's just a very complicated city.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would say that I think this is a step in the right direction. I think that having time limits is something that I could tell you that the school district has talked about getting rid of it just because of the issue that we were dealing with in the past is not present today, or that is not present with them today. But definitely, I think it does help to keep the conversation moving. But I think the biggest item which sometimes, and questions are going to pop up sometimes during the meeting because of other questions that other council members may have. But getting questions to our staff, before the meeting at the 12 p.m. Monday deadline, I think is important. It prepares them to have the answers for us, and I think that's something that we always, and myself included, sometimes we fail to do that, or also sometimes the meeting might bring other questions forward. But I think if we do that, I think some of the things that we've seen would be sped up. We might still ask a question in public because of we want the public to understand our reasoning, but definitely I think it would make things a little bit smoother just to have those questions answered. I know it's difficult, at 1,500, 1,800 pages of things that we're reading through from Thursday or Friday till Tuesdays. It can be difficult, and trying to get those questions in by Monday at noon is a challenge. But if we can work to do that, I think that would be beneficial. And maybe staff can answer that question. Is it beneficial to have the questions answered or questions given to staff by noon on Monday? Maybe it's a rhetorical question, but I think I think it's important for us to hold ourselves accountable to that. But definitely, time limits help. I could tell you that there's the school board has a 20-minute timeline for public input on each agenda item. Usually that's extended. That doesn't really, they don't hold that in place usually because of some of the things that might go longer. But we do have a city that's very, very, a lot of different moving parts. And I can tell you that the $400 million budget that the Santa Clara Unified District has, they have a lot of different moving parts with a number of cities that they're involved with as well. So the city and the district definitely have things that, that are not easy to run because of the different challenges that they're facing. How can we do it better? Maybe we can have a pilot program. I don't know if this council would be amenable to that, but where we have, 2-minute rounds. And I think sometimes even having 2 minutes, I know on the school board side, we've talked about people want to speak to the 2 minutes, even if it's 30 seconds that they have a question for, right? So that might extend things a little bit more, but definitely it would at least try to limit us to try to get things done in a more efficient and succinct fashion.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
So I hear a lot of false narratives about length of meetings and people talking. I mean, to be honest, nobody was here at the beginning of item 8. Everybody here in chambers was on staff. Santa Clara, as was mentioned, is not the same as other cities. I mean, this meeting is like 4 different meetings. It's the Housing Authority, Sports Authority, Stadium Authority. It's a lot of different things. And it's very clear when you look at how things used to be agendized, and then one person from the public complained that if you get paid for every single meeting that you meet for, and there are no items on the Sports Authority or the Housing Authority, then you shouldn't meet. The Housing Authority should not meet, and the council member should not get paid for that meeting. And almost immediately after that, it was changed so it says, well, just so you know, this meeting comprises all these different meetings, and we're never going to tell you which meetings that we're having. You have to look at the agenda yourself. Santa Clara is a very complex city. I mean, as was stated, has a $1.6, $1.7 billion operating budget. We have a stadium, we have a convention center, we have each one of those, the stadium itself is a completely different type of meeting in a lot of cases. We have an electric utility, which, as here, it's the majority of this agenda. I mean, I know that in the very beginning, when I first started, the claim was, oh, these council members don't know how to run a meeting, and that was unfortunate because you looked at the agendas that were put forward for council meetings, and you will see that there was no agenda management whatsoever. I mean, we had agendas that if you looked at each item and you took each item and said it took 30 to 45 minutes, those agendas would clearly take over 6 hours. We had consent calendars that had item indexes in the double letters. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we did. And to not acknowledge that each one of the authorities that we meet as could constitute its own meeting is to say, we just want to rush everything. Again, the point is robust discussion. I don't think people are grandstanding when they're asking questions. I don't think people are grandstanding when they're giving comments. I think that when people say, you should read the packets, I think that goes for everyone. I agree with that 100%. And in some cases, we do read the packets. And we say, oh, now I've got questions, or I just heard something that makes me want to ask a question. And to be told we have to do this in rounds of questions doesn't make any sense to me, right? But again, the narrative that, well, nobody's here and that's a problem. You're right, that's a problem. But it's not necessarily a problem because, the people are talking too long. Again, people weren't here, starting with the second major item that we took in the public hearing. And it doesn't make any sense that we do this. I think that these narratives need to be, clipped at the bud and seen for what they really are. Again, robust discussion is robust discussion. If you don't want to have robust discussion, you just want to get through the items, that's a very different type of meeting. The fact that we clearly, I've heard it twice, questions only, is not the kind of meeting that I think the people deserve. I think that the people actually came and were allowed to talk, and we were able to hear the discussions in place, not just the questions. We would have had much better discussion. I've looked at my notes, and I can see places where I didn't get to ask my questions. My comments were ignored, even though it was a question for staff. I hear what people are saying, but I think that you really need to look at the reality of how did this come about? I think this has come about specifically to control the narrative, to control the amount of input from council, and that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to represent my constituency, who I talk to a lot, and a lot of the things that I say come directly from them. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
And Mayor, I do have answers to questions too, when you're ready to get back to me.
Well, I'm afraid to go questions. Councilmember
Just
Gonzalez.
a quick comment.
We've lost weight. We've lost one of our public members. We're down to 3. So let's go, Councilmember Gonzalez.
So one of the board policies for Santa Clara Unified is to end at 10:30. There is an option for one extension, whether it's half an hour, whatever it may be. But these meetings are meetings of the council in front of the public. I think that the public should always have their say, but it is our meeting in front of the public. So, if there's a long line of people and you got to cut them off to 1 minute or something, I don't think that's an issue. But we might debate on that issue. But definitely having a time frame. It's already 11:15 here today, right? But having a time frame where we can get our staff back into their homes and at a reasonable hour, I think is important. And it's not about grandstanding. I think if we have our questions and we have the staff ready to answer our questions, I think things are just more efficient as far as getting answers. As far as asking those questions beforehand is important. I think that like I said, there's always going to be some questions that pop up because of what we've heard, the presentation, or what have you. But I think those things are important, and I think that's one thing that we can do maybe better. The one thing I would say I do like that hey, questions first, ask the questions. It's not something that I've been used to, but it's something that I think that is kind of seems to flow really well with our staff and get the questions. Keep your comments as brief as possible, especially initially. And maybe, the comments that you'll have will be answered by the answers to the questions that you or council members may have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that maybe there's things that we can look at in terms of limiting ourselves or limiting the time that we finish the meeting. But I still think then we won't get the things done that we need to get done. And I don't care how many billions of dollars we have in the city, if we're succinct, we ask the questions clearly. Remember, this is a business meeting. We ask the questions, and then we listen to the public, and then we succinctly give our thoughts about it. I think that is, it doesn't matter whether we have a $5 million budget or a $2 billion budget. We still can comport ourselves the correct way by being respectful of the public and not rambling on and on and on, but asking the questions. I don't think there should be a limit on the questions, and I don't think Rosenberg's puts a limit on the questions. So there's no limit on questions, but be respectful of the public. And then you can give your thoughts. When you think about talking for 2 or 3 minutes, you can say a lot in that period of time, but you have to be organized and you have to be, direct and organized and be respectful. So I think either doing that, I hesitate, but if we have to, midnight or 11 or 11:30, most people are employed. They have jobs. They have daytime jobs, including me. I have a daytime job. So going from my daytime job to here and then having another 8 hours here, it isn't respectful because the public, again, I don't remember the last time I saw this chamber full of people, but we need to do something different. So I'm hoping the council would have an open mind and consider something different. City Attorney, you had a few questions. Go ahead.
Answers to questions, I hope, Mayor.
Questions to give the answers
Yes, to give the answers to, I do. I've got some questions. I didn't have my own. I was just joking. Taking them in order, if I might. Member Hardy, you asked if this is passed, how are we going to train boards and commissions on this? That's a great question. There is in the boards and commissions handbook that every board and commissioner is given. I just actually reviewed it and edited it just recently, working with the city clerk on the sections that had legal and process implications on it. If a measure like this would be passed, that boards and commissions handbook would be updated, right, to reflect all of this and to attach, these policies. But in addition, I think it would be a good idea, and I think this happens from time to time, but I would propose to do it in an organized way, to invite all the presiding officers of all the boards and commissions and give them a training on process. And at the center of it would be, these rules. And so if you do this, I would propose to do that, working with the city clerk in order to coordinate that. It happens from time to time anyway, right? But not in as comprehensive a way as I think you might be suggesting. You asked about abstaining and the impact of that might have on the quorum. You're right, no matter what, even though I think we should put a provision like that describes what abstaining means in that, nothing of what I would describe or propose or would end up in here changes the fact that in order to pass a substantive measure, you need 4 affirmative votes. So that I think actually is a little confusing the way our code is currently, drafted, but this policy would make it very clear that that's how it works. 4 affirmative votes unless 5 were required, right, by a 2/3 vote. Adjourning in someone's name, this doesn't affect that. That would still happen through the normal process in coordination, with the presiding officer and doing that, just like the ceremonial kind of functions on the front end, and on the back end. That would still work the same way. The only difference would be there wouldn't be a vote, to adjourn either in anyone's name or in general. It would just be done through the mayor with consensus of the board. And so that process for adjourning in someone's name would be the same. It's just that it would be done by the mayor with consensus of the council, if you approve that element of it. Substitute motion and amended motions are clarified that they're different, in here in ways that I think is helpful. This doesn't change what you're used to. If someone makes a substitute motion or proposes an amended motion, the first action is on whether or not you even want to take that up, and then only if it's approved do you take up the actual substance of the motion. And so if this isn't clear on that, I'll make it more clear, but I think it's drafted pretty well to have that be the same as what you're used to now. I like that you like simple. That's why I like this. It's relatively simple compared to a lot of other standards. It's not helpful to get caught up in process. The idea of process is to get you to the substantive action. in the most organized possible way. Member Jane, you asked about clumping of questions with follow-ups being allowed. This doesn't change that, really. It does say that whoever the presiding officer is manages the questions. The mayor, and the pattern in practice has become all of the questions, proposed at once. But I've seen, typically follow-ups, allowed, and when it gets into a second round, it's a little bit more dynamic. But the way this is drafted, it's the presiding officer who manages, the question, process. And I think when different people have presided, it's been managed, sometimes differently. You talked about VTA and their 30-minute structure. I know you talked about that at governance. Ultimately, the decision was that it was something that the presiding officer would decide based on the dynamics of a particular meeting, as opposed to an actual structured form of this much time, before and this much time after. And so that's what the policy reflects, not a concrete, time period. You could do that as part of this policy, but that's not what governance recommended, and that's not what it does. Member Chahal, you talked about the seeding of time and how an email would be addressed. It doesn't speak to that directly, but I think the way it's intended to work is that you have to be present or you have to be online. An email wouldn't be a way for you to be able to seed time. Again, if that's something the majority of you wanted to do, that could be changed and incorporated into it. Thank you for your comment on the deletion of the word open. It looks even worse when it's shown an underlined strikeout, right? The fact that I deleted it, like I'm trying to not make it open. It might not have looked as bad if it wasn't there, in the first place. I think it should be added back in. I think your point's well taken. I thought it was somewhat redundant since it referred to compliance with the law and some other elements, but I think it could go back in, and so I would suggest, if you proceed with this, that be added back in. Member Park, you questioned the kind of the questions only kind of process that we currently have, and when I get concerned about it is when we've got a public hearing and there's a quasi-judicial decision being made. The questions only for me then becomes a legal issue, because before you've actually heard public testimony, ideally, even in legislative matters, but especially as a matter of law and due process for quasi-judicial matters, you're not supposed to be deciding on issues before you hear from the public. And so if you're starting to comment and communicating, a particular position on something, that's when I, get concerned with that. Otherwise, you can structure it, how you want. But for me, that's where where the questions only matters. For example, the public hearing tonight, right? You weren't supposed to be deciding on those things or reflecting support or any other particular observation until you heard from the person with the due process rights. So that's one dynamic and reason for kind of the questions only concept. I will also point out that this doesn't limit the number of rounds. Rosenberg's doesn't, this doesn't either. It's just intended to be managed however the presiding officer decides in an orderly matter. You pointed out there's some examples of 2/3 vote. You're right, 2/3 vote is 5 for this body. If it was a body of 5, it would be 4. If it was a body of 9, it would be 6. I'm pretty sure. But there is a couple of instances here that where 2/3 is called for, aside from when it's called for by law. I don't think there's a lot of them. I tried to, one of the reasons why I was fussing through this while you were asking questions was to find them. I know calling the question is a 2/3 vote, and so is a motion to limit or extend the debate. Those are the two, because I think they're considered to be, fairly substantive things that you're doing to interrupt or change the normal flow of how things are happening, and so those require 2/3 vote. I didn't see it anywhere else, but those are the ones I wanted to point out to you. What if it's not an alignment, with Roberts or any other law? There's a hierarchy for this. It's got to comply with the charter. It's got to comply with the Brown Act. And that's really it. Roberts isn't involved in this at all. There's some references to Rosenberg's, but if this policy says something, then this policy governs, not Rosenberg's. Rosenberg can be used as a reference tool if there's an ambiguity or a gap that needs to be filled. So that's the designed hierarchy, charter, Brown Act, no matter what, no Roberts any longer. This policy, based on what it says, and a reference to Rosenberg's if helpful. You talked about a point of general privilege. I'm not aware of what that is. The point of personal privilege is described right in the policy. I think you might be talking about maybe a point of inquiry, and that's where there's if in fact there's a question about, a point of order and you're appealing to the chair, hey, I don't think it should work that way or it should work this way. That starts with a point of inquiry. That's described in paragraph G. So maybe you can talk after I answer and explain what the point of general privilege is. I'm just not familiar with that term. You proposed a 6-month pilot. That's all in your guys' discretion of how you want to approach this. You had issues with the term of the chair, mayor, and presiding officer. That maybe I could work on some consistency with that, but the idea is that, particularly if this is applying to other boards and commissions, there could be a different presiding officer, right, depending upon what that person is or what they're called. In your case, it's the mayor or the vice mayor if the mayor is not standing in. So I don't think there's any magic to that. It's just ideally it's as consistent as possible in its reference. Member Cox, you talked about civility standards, and behavior, and maybe this came short of that. There is a certain amount of kind of behavior that requirements that this doesn't get at, and I think no rule could get at. To a certain extent, you're all on your own recognizance in terms of how you conduct yourselves and behave. However, there are, both taken from best practices and concepts from behavioral standards, pretty clear summary of what the best practices are considered in this, particularly in section D, protocols. A, B, C, D and E, talks about how one should conduct oneself, and I think those are helpful concepts in there. That are things that everyone's supposed to do, and that the presiding officer can manage and ask for compliance, on. Ultimately, though, behavior to a certain extent is up to each of you, to behave in the best possible way. Mayor, you talked about the time limits. I don't think there was a question in that, but if you've got one about time limits, happy to talk about that and the different kind of iterations and permutations there could be. There's a variety of different versions of that could limit. I think one of the cities we looked at, Cupertino or maybe Oakland, had a certain time limit on questions and then had another time limit, for deliberations, and then in the aggregate. A lot of them have provisions to extend, the time if someone's really got something important to say and wants to go further than that. That could be incorporated into it, but that would, if that's something the majority or more of you want to explore, there's certainly a number of variables with that can be considered. Member Gonzalez, I think you talked about some of your experiences with time limits. At the school district, you posed a question of would it be helpful to have all of your written questions, by noon on Monday. I'll maybe ask the city manager to comment on that. I will just generally observe, of course, the sooner the better, that we get written, questions in advance from you, then our responses are going to be both better and more timely. Sometimes they come in late and you don't get it until just, before the meeting. And so sooner the better. City manager, I don't know if you want to add anything to that in terms of advanced questions. And then that's it.
City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. City Attorney, I will address that, but in all of my comments, I will strive to what Councilmember Cox said, which is smart brevity. A few points. One, Certainly, our meetings can go long. I think we're approaching midnight. I will say to the city council, having worked in a number of jurisdictions, you're not the only one dealing with this challenge, but certainly Santa Clara, as a municipal corporation with various lines of business, is a complicated municipal entity, and one that, frankly, I would say, when I observed meetings before taking this job and then after being here, it's hard for you to get your normal business done in the time allotted when you begin meetings at 7 o'clock. And you also have a number of special orders of business that can sometimes take 45 minutes or an hour, right? And so we're almost starting the regular business calendar at 7:45 or 8 o'clock. And so I know in a future governance committee meeting, we will be talking about the start time of your regular meetings, and state law does require that you have a regular start time. Historically here, that's been 7 o'clock. And so, should the city want to adjust that time, many cities start at 6 o'clock and so we will be having that conversation. But certainly there are times where just having 2 meetings a month is not enough, depending on the number of items and the complexity of items and the amount of public that comes to those meetings. I will also say, as the person who's chiefly responsible for the administration of city business on a day-to-day basis, and actually, I think the mayor mentioned staff being here late, right at midnight. If we look, we have very few staff here, and we actually release staff as the night goes on. And as it gets late, we're down to a bare bones crew. Some of our staff member that support and set up for your meeting start that process at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and for them to essentially be working on the same work assignment onto midnight is too much. And I know one of them commutes as far away as Stockton, and so we purposely release people early because of that, and we get down to a bare bones crew at night. We also have the issue oftentimes where we're paying for consultants. We had that challenge tonight where we purposely navigated to have an item where we were paying for a consultant go before an item that was later in the agenda. Certainly, Santa Clara has had a pilot program that the mayor has continued where all questions are asked. First, I will tell you that staff can navigate either way. I've come to candidly really like the all questions first. I think it gets everything out there. And it allows staff to actually, when they respond to multiple council member questions. But I totally understand the comments of there's some limitations of that system. But I'm really just here to say staff, I think, has in the past operated in both ways, and we can continue to do so. I will also say that oftentimes there is a round of follow-up questions. And so if I do proffer a suggestion, if the council does want to think about putting time limits, potentially you start by having a time limit on that follow-up round, if there is a follow-up round.
Yeah, there's a lot of times there is always a follow-up round, like second round, and then third follow-up round, and then fourth follow-up round.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, if you wanted to sort of ease into it, that was a suggestion I was going to proffer. Absolutely, to Councilmember Gonzalez's point, having written questions ahead of time, if you can get them to us by Monday at noon, that's beneficial. Staff is on standby to run through those questions throughout Monday and Tuesday, and to get answers. And we like to provide written responses ahead of the meeting when we can. There is a state law that says that if those are published before the end of business, they have to be at a business counter. And so it is always a mad dash, right? Because those state law says that they have to be available. So we not only send them to you electronically, a hard copy is actually printed out and at City Hall available for anyone who comes by. And I know part of that is us also working to get the agendas out earlier so that you have more time to sit with the agenda and answer those questions. Certainly, we had a number of consent items that went into the double digits. We no longer have that. I think we've successfully accomplished that. I will say we have also taken some items off of consent and put them on the general business. I think an example of that was tonight. This city has historically approved very large contracts on consent. Most agencies will say a $100 million contract should really go under the general business. And for example, we did that with the power supply projects. And so we really work to navigate them. And then lastly, I will also say that I know that the city council has a practice of having your closed sessions directly before a regular meeting. If we decide to move the regular meeting time up to 7 o'clock, that will certainly cause more of an issue than we're having now, and we may need to poll and have standing closed session meetings on other days, and so we can certainly work with you on that. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to say anything on this issue? Is that Wanda? Wanda, go ahead, please. Wanda?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for the unmute system, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
I want to thank you all for addressing this tonight. Definitely change is needed, and I don't think it's necessarily about getting more public input at this part or even rules, schmules for a new word. I think it's about our city being able to conduct business efficiently and effectively. And I see you, many of you tired. I won't say who's yawning. And it's really hard on you all, you know, I really appreciate it. But just even trying to figure out how to run the city business, there must be some examples, and it hasn't always been this way. As far as the public, many probably feel it's a waste of time. They haven't been treated fairly. Also, if they have something that there's a passion about because they have their lives to lead just like you all do too. And like I had a sick kid and I didn't stay tonight because this is the subject I was most interested in and I could do it from home. So I wish you good fortune. I think that it really needs to be studied. And it's when I go to the ethics committee, it's the same thing. There's not enough time to do everything you're doing. And so whatever you decide, I hope it's better. I do have the time. I do care about our city, and I do hope I can make a difference. But quite frankly, it's like reality TV sometimes, you know, it's better than what's on TV, except it's no fun, okay? So thank you again, and I'm sorry to use 2 more minutes of your time tonight, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wanda. Do we have any other? No, that's it. Our viewership is down. Okay. All right, council, I think that we have to do something. I mean, the Rosenberg changes are fine. They're minor and they're fine. But I think that we really need to look at ourselves and say, how can we make this more efficient and better? And I'd like to see a pilot program where we either look at the time at night that we stop or that we limit our discussions, not questions, but discussions. I have heard people on this dais go on for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes on items and then come back again for more. So I think that we have to be a lot more disciplined so that we can do the public's business for the public. And maybe the public will come back and engage with us again, whether online or in person. And I know we can do it. We've done it in the past, and I know that we can. But something has to change, or the going from Roberts to Rosenberg isn't going to make a difference. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution, Council Policy 055, entitled Council Meeting Procedures and Protocols, with the one minor change of, I don't think we should be going after midnight. My mom always made the point to me as a kid, nobody makes good choices after midnight, and I think that applies to all of us as well. So I would like to make certain that no meeting goes past midnight.
Is there a second?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
There's no second, so there's nothing to amend.
Well, I'll second it and make a friendly amendment, yeah. So I would like to suggest that we do this with a 6-month pilot.
I'm more than open to that amendment. So adopt the resolution on a 6-month pilot, and our meetings must end by midnight.
Can we go ahead, city manager?
I can't make a friendly amendment, but I just want to state that there may be a time where we may need to go past midnight, and the council can, with the majority vote, decide to extend the meeting. You have items at times that really need action, and I just wouldn't want a hard and fast rule.
And then there's no purpose, there's no point. If you go to midnight, but you can extend it, then there's no point. And then we're back where we started. Thank you, city manager.
Well, I do know that there's many meetings where you have to make the point and give a time certain if you're going to go past the time.
I have a suggestion that you put the items that need to go in the beginning of the meeting so that we can end at midnight, so we don't ever have a problem. I used to ask you, because we could never finish a meeting, I used to ask you which items have to go this, for this evening. So if you put them in order of the ones that have to be voted on, then we never have to go past midnight.
Mayor, I totally understand, and I'm probably the one who really, really, really never wants to go past midnight. But all I'm saying is that, especially at a time of the year like right now, where we're really have only 2 meetings left before you go on a recess, there just may be a time where you need to extend your meeting, and you all may agree, right? And so actually, no matter what you pass tonight, if you hit that instance, you guys could all agree by unanimous vote. You could, as the city attorney just recommended, have a 2/3 threshold.
I was just going to say, a 2/3, we would have to, and it would have to be extended to a time certain.
People have jobs, right? They have jobs. People in the public have jobs. People on this dais are employed. Some are not employed. Most are employed. Well, half of us are employed. How can you make good decisions at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning? You cannot make a good decision. I am sorry, you cannot. You are not doing our city any service, our public any service by doing that, by pushing things. So we need to be more efficient. We need to police ourselves and be succinct, be organized, and work in a business-like manner. Absent that, you're going to have ridiculous decisions at midnight or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning. That's just the reality of it. I will not support anything like that. I would support the 12 o'clock, but not 12 o'clock and then 5 members, many who are not employed. Let's just keep going. We have a staff here. I mean, you all don't live that close. Well, he does, but you don't. I don't know where you live, Nora, but it's not fair. It's really not fair.
That's why I said I wanted to finish by midnight. Legally, is that a problem, council?
You can make that rule, and again, if there's some unique circumstance, that could still be addressed by the council even without a formal 2/3 provision. Okay. So I think you could make that rule. One question I would have for maker of the motion and the second is the concept of a 6-month pilot with respect to the entire policy or only with respect to the midnight aspect of it?
I would say the entire policy.
I'm fine with that because we can just revisit if there's a problem. We've done that in many cases.
All right.
One other question, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Would it include the addition of the abstention paragraph that I wanted to add? A pet paragraph to clarify how abstentions work. Right now, it doesn't have that.
That should be, yes, because that was my question of adding the abstention.
Yeah, so you
making certain
intended
that
it
was
to include the
clear.
abstention paragraph. Okay, sorry, Mayor, we wanted to be clear on what's the action that's taken.
Thank you.
It's 11:45. Councilmember Chahal, can we vote on this and have it immediately effective?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, we are not following the policy because I've been waiting after the question for my comments. I didn't even get a chance to comment anything. And we are within that question and answer session, we were commenting, everybody was commenting. So we are not even following the policy which we're trying to devise, basically. So, and I have raised my hand multiple times, but that's okay. I get my turn now. I would like to say this. City of Santa Clara is unique in a way where we are right now, like multiple organizations. I know this has been pointed out earlier too, but this city sort of needs a full-time council right now. It's the job demands full-time council, and today we saw SVP items on multiple. Like we had a closed door session that was SVP. We had multiple items here with SVP, and 2 items on SVP, which were taking, I don't know how much time they took, 15 minutes each, almost same item. They took that time. So it's not only the management of us 7 working together, it's the number of items on the agenda is also making it hard for having early dispersal of the meetings, basically. And city manager rightly mentioned, we start our meeting like 5:30, then we go back to main session at 7, and then we have a special order of the businesses. Basically, that goes from 7 to 8 o'clock or 7:45. Then basically, we are starting our meeting at 7:45 or 8 o'clock. And then we have all these items, multiple organizations. So it's time to reflect that into what this council jobs and duties are, basically, and then come back to like what we are doing, basically, over here. And as regards question and answer session, like we can ask those questions, but to have a robust discussion, sometimes we do have to have questions and discussion. It's just like a student and a lecturer in a teacher teaching a class, right? If the student is not asking question at the right time, he will miss the window and he will not be getting the things what he really should learn, basically. And that's what we can have one question and session, but we should not restrict question and answer session if somebody has a real genuine question. Like today I was asking those questions on the assessor ad valorem tax, basically. I really had those questions, and that's why I wanted to ask those questions. And that doesn't mean I'm trying to hamper the meeting, I'm trying to extend the meeting for the sake of extending the meeting, but I had those questions, and if I have those questions, I understand my residents might be having those questions. If I don't ask that question on behalf of, we all are representing around 130,000 residents. If we don't ask those questions, if we don't have a healthy discussion, I think we are defeating the purpose of why we are getting elected over here, basically. So that's my request. Like we can put up any meeting, but we need to have a robust discussion and a management of meeting, management of the agenda, like how difficult it is for the city manager to manage this agenda itself. So, because there is so much on the plate, basically. So the delay or of these meetings is not, there is no one primary reason for that delay. There are multiple reasons for that delay, basically. And if this City of Santa Clara need to fix this thing, they should have a full-time council who are ready to dedicate their time into full-time into the city business with the stadium, with SVP, with convention center, with other things, like we need to for that. Those are my comments, and I'll support the motion as such, but we have to have some flexibility on all these aspects. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
So I'm going to address a couple of things as well. I want to say that stating that we're not supposed to be deciding on issues before hearing from the public is very different from questions only. It's a very different statement. I hear about trying to legislate civility or goodness, and you can't do that. I mean, I used to sit right there and I would look at the good government guiding principles. I would look at that a lot as people routinely broke those guiding principles. And when we talk about all these things about the meetings going long, I really want to see some data on the meeting management. That's what I would like to ask from the staff. I've asked this for many months. I've asked this about during many governance and ethics committees. One governance and ethics committee, people complained because it took it took more than 2 hours, but it had 7 agendized items. Even if we went 30 minutes for each agendized item, it would have gone over 3 hours. I think that simple data on how long would items take? How many items are we having on meetings? How long people talk? I've heard accusations that the chair stated that she heard people go on for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and I don't believe that. I think at some point I want to hear the data that backs up some of the accusations that I hear here. I mean, other agencies have kind of solved this problem, which is they have time-certain agendas. They say this item will start no sooner than this time so that people want to speak on this. And when they say no sooner than this time, that actually extends the length of the meeting. Because if the previous item ends early, they still have to wait till the time-certain time that they've stated on the agenda. I've seen times listed in the agenda. I've seen people put this item and then next to it 30 minutes. I've seen lots of ways that people manage agendas. I've never seen that here, and I've requested that many, many, many times. I've had baseless accusations of this is what people are doing. People aren't here. That's true, but people weren't here early in the meeting. It has nothing to do with how late the meeting goes in many cases. The only thing that it bothers is the people who actually stay late to do these things. But again, before we simply make statements, I would love to see some data taken on. I'd like to see some meeting management data. Okay, and not seeing meeting management data, these are just accusations. I think Councilmember Chahal hit on it, which is we are a much more complex city than we were even 15 years ago. We have a lot more things that we have to discuss, and each one of these things has a budget that's larger than neighboring cities. And if we don't recognize this, then we are simply saying that we're going to spend less time, we're going to be less circumspect, we're going to rush decisions for major services, major utilities, things that we need to consider. Saying that the budget doesn't matter, 100% does matter. It does tell you what we are trying to deal with in the city. It does tell you about the other agencies, the other departments, the other utilities that we have to consider. And if we don't take the adequate time to do that, then we're going to get the governance, that we allocate time for. If we don't allocate any time, we won't get good governance, ever. So I'm torn. I don't know what I'm going to vote on this, but at some point, I don't want to go forward without, with these accusations, without seeing some data to back up these accusations, because I do believe that a lot of the problems that keep us late are not just people talking, but it's inadequate meeting management. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane. We have 5 minutes till 12, and then I'm going to say the meeting's adjourned.
I tried to withdraw my request, it just wouldn't do it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can you remind us what that motion is?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask that to the makers of the motion.
We're delirious. It's 12 o'clock.
It's a 6-month pilot of the staff recommendation, which includes amendments noted by attorney, and including the meeting time limit not to pass midnight. Is that correct?
Okay. We got a motion and a second. And thank you, City Attorney, for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your thank you.
Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Is it in effect right now? Is it?
Let's wait 5 minutes and find out.
Okay, I'm sorry. Reports of members and special committees. All right, seeing none, city manager, executive director. Oh, did you travel again?
I did not travel.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, the mayor can talk about this too, but I did attend the Human Trafficking Commission Board of Supervisors. I mean, I was online. There were a number of things which prevented me from talking. One of the things was they did not go to the public for some of the issues. But again, I think that we have a lot of things that we need to do to prepare for not just Super Bowl, not just FIFA, but even for safety for regular events. And I'm really looking forward to working with a lot of the agencies around us to get a much safer stadium. And because, I mean, I'm going to say a lot of the issues that the region has is because we have a stadium. Thank you.
City manager, executive, oh, sorry, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it short. I did attend American Public Power Utilities Association meeting recently, and the main thing was I was able to see how public utilities all across the U.S. are working, and Nebraska is one state they have a statewide public utility, power utility, and they're managing very well. And in addition to that, I was able to see many of the vendors and who are ready to help us out to, on our multiple occasions, we don't get multiple bids from vendors for our projects, and they have shown interest that they can facilitate or they can helpful to. I'll pass on those information to city manager for that matter. And I also met our Granicus team over there. I know we have faced some issues. So basically they said, please refer to us. We will be more than happy to look into those things. So thank you.
All right, city manager, third time, sorry.
No report.
All right, may I have a motion to adjourn for the last time?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Chahal to adjourn. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously at 11:59. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.